Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with a very special game. We are going to be playing a system that I built, in particular a version called Coin and Courage. Typically, it is designed to run like generic fantasy games, but tonight we are going to make it run Dune for us. So this is going to be Dune's The Winds of War. This is a two-part game. Tonight will be part one. I'm really excited about this. I'm a massive Dune fan, and especially of the new Villeneuve movies, and there will be his thumbprints all over this game. So I will switch them in just a moment. Thank you for pointing that out to me. And yeah, so I'm very, very happy to finally be getting to this game. This has been in the making for about a month and a half at this point. So yeah, but before we get started, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then this is not a channel where you should probably watch anything at all. But if those things don't bother you, then welcome. The sand is warm. Come on in. What else? Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you might be able to find them online. They can plug whatever projects they might have going on, and then I think we're gonna get started. So we're gonna start with Nathan.
Yeah, I'm Nathan, also known as Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on all the socials, mostly on Twitch. That's where I kind of do my thing. We do some tabletop role playing games on the channel. It's mostly on hiatus right now because the group I was playing with is not functioning as a group currently due to life changes and people changing work and all that stuff, as one does. Um, Currently we're playing a lot of survival games on the channel, and I just finished up Subnautica, and I cannot wait to play the second installment and in preparation for the new one coming out hopefully next year, fingers crossed. I'm also part of a State of Survival podcast where we talk about survival games and do some reviews a little bit, but we mostly take like sections of certain survival games and break those down, certain mechanics. For example, one of the recent videos we had come out was talking about the medical system in the game Green Hill and how both complex and intuitive it is at the same time once you start learning it. And then I'm on various other channels like Jeremy's channel and a few others, hopping in role playing games when I can here and there. Um, I know I tend to be the later person to do these when I'm on your channel, but I'm still going to promote anyways. I'm wearing the big old if you guys want to check out some of Jeremy's merch, this is what you can get.
Classic. Chef's kiss. Yeah, man, I deeply appreciate. Man, you were on it whenever that shirt came out. You were like, "How do I get one?" And I super deeply appreciate it. I
I
also
saw
appreciate
that's the first design I saw, and I just couldn't pass it up.
that came from the Dawnbringers. Dan Dillon mentioned it at one point, and I laughed about that for like 5 minutes straight because I'm a child. But that's the kind of things that I find funny. But yeah, man, I'm really happy to have you back on the channel. It's been a while since we got to play together, so happy to see your face again. All right. Speaking of happy to see the face again, Chad, you're next.
Moi?
Moi.
Hello,
Moi
hi.
dit.
Moi deep. Hi, my name is Chad. Good Lord, is my connection that bad? Good God. It like froze all of a sudden for a
I
second.
hear you.
Okay, anywho. Thank you, Jeremy. I am a frequenter over at MTD, over at Kids on Bikes right now. That is pretty much my home, away from home. Outside of that, I do run some off-screen games with some friends from my roll call group that we've been playing, and I'm also in some of Jeremy's games occasionally with this guy above me, Nathan, we play in a Caldera Western game every now and then. You will see us over there. We are finishing that out hopefully soon, but yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I play a a Mentat, and I'm very excited to play in Dune. I love this like this setting, but I don't have a lot of familiarity with it, so it's going to be kind of interesting to play around and find out how to do this. So yeah, exciting.
Hell yeah, dude. Always a blast to have you on the channel, man. Yeah, no worries whatsoever. This is for Dune fans of all walks. So, yeah, we'll all help each other out. Because my understanding of it is also limited. So, no worries. All right. Next up, speaking of no worries, Michelle.
Well, hi everybody. I don't have channels or things that I'm regularly in. I am definitely found on a mini domain terrain as often as I can. And maybe I'm a professional fangirl of some of the games. I absolutely love the Caldera one, and the Kids on Bikes are two of my absolute favorites. Pretty much my life is being a mom and a grandma and a pet mom. So I don't have much to say on that, but my character is going to be her name is Sahira Warada. She is a Fremen engineer, and she is always frustrated because she has to sit in her office fixing things, and no one ever invites her out on the big adventure. So she's just anxiously awaiting things.
Absolutely fantastic. This is not the first time that Michelle has been on the channel.
That's true.
She was here back around Christmas time, whenever we ran a fun little one-shot called "Oh Silent Night?" Question mark?
It was
I'm
fun.
pretty sure that's
Yes,
what it was.
that is.
Yeah, so I'm happy that you're back. I'm happy to have you at the table again. My neighbor has just decided that he's going to mow his lawn right now at 8 o'clock in the evening, because I live in Texas and it's hotter than hell during the other part of the day. So if you hear that, it's just ornithopters.
It's finally down to like 90 degrees, right?
Right, exactly. If it's just the ornithopters in the background, so no worries.
Ooh, yes.
We're all about immersion here at the Expedition Engine.
I feel it.
All right. Speaking of feeling the immersion, next up we have Zach.
What a segue into me. Hi there. I am Zach. I don't have much of an online presence, but my dad does. I am son of MTD and heir to the fame and fortune that comes with it.
Oh, nice.
So check out my dad on online, Mini Terrain Domain. He's currently putting out a lot of cool, awesome D&D things that he made that you could buy. So check that out. Look for his store link. Me, I'm just Zach. I don't have anything cool. I am playing Brooks Landover, a soldier for House Atreides, and I am deeply excited. I loved the movies, Dune. That is my involvement in the world. I like them a lot. I've taken notes to understand their plots, and I'm also a big Jeremy fan. So I am here, of course, graciously to take part in an epic adventure.
That's very sweet of you, Zach. Thank you. No, I've been trying to get you in a game for a while, for a hot minute. So I'm happy that this ended up working out. So
yeah.
I'm stoked. All right. Hopefully it meets all your expectations and/or exceeds.
I have no fears. I think it will. And remember, fear is the mind killer. So
it's true.
I try not to have any.
It's little death.
It's total obliteration.
Right. Speaking of little death, last but not least, we have Sarah.
That was beautiful. I mean, it kind of fits with my sweet, bear skull shirt. But I'm very excited to be back again. I love being on with Jeremy, and I've been with so many people here, and there are 2 new people, and I'm very excited. You all can find me on every other Tuesday on Mini Terrain Domain for Sky Metal Iron Gods, where I play Zari, the Goliath Paladin.
Oops.
I'm also, we're going to be getting back into streaming soon, I believe, Sunday mornings at 10:30 Eastern time, for Hijinks for All, where I play Ray Moria, a Furbolg Circle of Wildfire druid. That game is, we're kind of playing it behind the scenes right now, and it has gotten crazy. So I can't wait till we bring that back. I'm just so excited to always be in any of Jeremy's games because I love all of his games. I'm excited to try this Coin and Courage system. I am very, very excited. I am playing Tania Raban. She is a thief for the spice smugglers. So this should be funsies. Thank you for having me, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Yeah, always, Sarah. Happy to have you back on the channel, and thank you as well. It's very, very kind of you to say. Yeah, I'm interested. That's an interesting name. So I'm question marks. Surround. Okay. So I think without further ado, we're ready to do this. Y'all ready to play?
Yep.
Yes.
Fingers crossed. Let's see if this goes right. All right. Imperial Diary, year 10-191. Third comment. The battle for Arrakis took everyone by surprise. There were no witnesses. The Harkonnen operation was perpetrated overnight, without warning or declaration of war. By morning, the Atreides were no more. All died in the dark. Princess Irulan of House Corrino. Every Fremen child can tell you how dangerous it is to base your understanding of any situation solely on your singular perspective. Yet, the imperial houses of the Landsraad repeated the tale of Duke Leto and his progeny's butchering with devastation and glee mingling on their tongues. They feigned shock at the barbarity ordered by Harkonnen hands and did nothing in response. But what does a princess who jumps between the stars know about what truly happened among the sands of Arrakis? This is our story. It is the dead of night, and the Harkonnen ambush of Arrakeen is underway. Each of you were awoken by the sound of shouting and explosions, finding utter chaos unfolding. Each of you, if you would please, describe a scene for us that explains how your character found their way onto the palace grounds of House Atreides during this conflict. This is the part where y'all play. Y'all talk now. I've already talked too much.
Yeah, well, you could never talk too much.
Okay. I think use is probably actually at the palace grounds because he would be serving House Atreides currently. He was a former House Fenrig server, so he is quite old. But even for his age, he has this lithe spryness about him. So we see this gangly stalking robe, like Ebenezer Scrooge being awoken by Marley as he lifts the cloak back, and you can see this wild juxtaposition of hair. His eyes are this bright lapis blue, as he begins to like stalk down these hallways, particularly looking for the nobility that he serves or soldiers who could protect him, right? So he's draped in these robes, but you can see that on the robes there are also a slew of multiple small daggers that are like hidden in like pockets on his person, but he doesn't carry like a long saber or anything like that. But he has a necklace of sand that is currently, or like the spice that is currently draped around his neck. And for all intents and purposes, folks, he visually will look like Willem Dafoe. Just so you can get that visual in your head. This gangly old man is stalking through the house of Arrakis, of Atreides right now, looking for either someone to protect him or people he can protect.
Do we see the telltale red staining around his mouth or on his lips?
Oh, absolutely. You see, like, I would imagine this, like, he has a very stoic look to him, and his lips are almost pursed in a way where it's just this solid red line, right? You can't quite see lips. It's just this solid red line across his face currently. Where in the hell are they? Who? Where can I gotta find someone to help me. And you can see that he's like panics, but not in a way that someone who does not know or have knowledge of something currently. He is almost trying to compute what's happening and how to solve it as he's going down the hallway.
I think that when we began to feel the tremors of explosions from these Harkonnen missiles and so on, as the siege went underway, the barracks came to life as us soldiers, boots on the ground, swords in hand, shields activated, and we ran out to see what was going on and defend our house and our home now. I think that Brooks comes out with almost an excitement. He has been waiting for something to do here. And I think that there's this moment of, as the fire glistens in his eyes, like this warm kind of flickering above. It's truly a brilliant display as Arrakeen is being destroyed by the Harkonnens. And very quickly there's rallying cries, and we see the foot soldiers approaching, and there is a clash of sword against shield and so on. And there's this kind of fervor as Brooks, who wields two swords, kind of becomes this almost flurry of steel as he begins to engage, and things get hairy pretty quickly, and the Atreides soldiers are there. It's not going in our way, and there's kind of a cry out of calling to retreat to the palace and reinforce the nobility and make sure that we can hold the line there. And that's kind of where he takes that duty, splits off, and very quickly begins to rush towards the palace grounds. there's a moment where he and kind of the squad split off from the skirmish that's happening. And as they're rushing, there's a bit of debris that crashes down. And if it weren't for the Holtzman shields, uh, he would certainly be gone. And that this kind of rattles him a little bit, and it kind of snaps him out of this like adrenaline rush. The adrenaline is still pumping, but he's no longer feeling a combat high, and it's a lot more like, okay, we are in some serious crap now. I got to keep moving. I got to keep myself as alive. This is not where I die. I have a lot more to do for House Atreides than die here now. And so he eventually finds himself um, the last of the squad who broke off from the skirmish standing, and finds himself in the palace grounds.
You
Okay.
don't you don't see Rav at first. Instead, you see another scene of this old man with tight pressed lips and thin red line, where lips would be, and you see him shout something, and then over one shoulder you see a soldier charging out. This man doesn't see him. This Minton doesn't see him, and then he just falls. He drops, and then you just hear the whisper of the slow blade penetrates the shield, and you see this person in almost seems like he's melting into the area that he's laying. You can't hardly tell there is a form here other than the fact that there is a laser rifle sticking out, and there's two blades. You notice this laser rifle sticking out in two blades, and you just see Rav preparing. He's got the high ground, and he's tracking different targets and waiting for a shield to show that small glint of red before taking the next shot and dropping the next enemy. And after a shot or two, he's changing positions, and he's moving closer and closer to the palace.
I think with uh Rav up getting closer to the palace, I think Tania would be using her Sibis hood and her cloak, and she would be moving with the shadows as quickly as she could, catching Harkonnen soldiers with her bodkin as she comes up behind them, even if it's just injuring them and distracting them so another soldier can maybe land a killing blow. She is not staying long to try and put up too much of a fight at the moment. She is trying to get to the palace in order to maybe find some of their spice supply to try and bring back. So all that's seen is this hood and cloak kind of fluttering behind her as she's quickly moving in the shadows, trying to stay away from the firelights of the missiles coming down.
Sounds almost like she fights the Fremen way, where it's, hit, run, move, never in the same place for very long. Okay, awesome.
Okay, for me, I would be in Sahira's in her office fixing all the things she needs to fix, and she hears like a huge hubbub in the hallway. People are screaming about war and attack, and she opens the door, and somebody tells her, "Grab your stuff, you're going." And she's like, "Holy shit, yes!" So she's going to grab everything she can, a brand new still suit set she just connected. She's looking at all her tools, frantically figuring, what am I going to need? What am I going to need? So she just throws as much as she can in her pack until it's starting to get heavy, but not too heavy. Throws it over her back, grabs her maker hooks, and runs out with the group. because their goal is to get to the castle to save as many Fremen as they can, because they care not about the Atreides yet, and they definitely hate the Harkonnens. So off she goes on a maker.
Oh, yes. Okay. Everybody, please take a point of XP. So we have these small vignettes of scenes, if you will, of kind of each of our heroes and what they're currently up to, drawing closer and closer to one another. It sounds like Rav and you have already crossed paths with one another. And it sounds like possibly Tania is not terribly far behind. So I think what I would like to see next is the scene that happens when Tania, whenever you get closer to where the spice reserves are probably stored, and you find it swarming with Harkonnen, who are wasting no time in reclaiming as much as possible. But I think as that is happening, I would also like to see Rav, you, and possibly even Brooks, your paths kind of converge, if you will. So where you are, Tania, you kind of come across you pull like a Han Solo. You come around a bend in the hallway, and there's an opening into a larger room or what have you, like where this would be locked down and fortified, and there's no shortage of Harkonnen that are already like trying to break in through this door and take inventory, if you will.
I think her first thought is shit. I think she's instantly gonna try and move to like the darkest part of the doorway. And try to stay as far away from as she can from those taking inventory. But she's looking at the reserves. And I imagine staring at the reserves and not paying attention to where she's stepping, she steps on something that makes a noise.
I think it's probably it's one of those
Hunter Seeker.
The darts. Yeah, the little the darts like Leto took in the back. It's like the slow penetration dart that Yue hit him with. It's something like that, like laying on the ground. Like your boot of your the toe of your boot like kicks that, and it kind of, the metallic body of it kind of clatters across the sandstone floor. The Harkonnen say something in Harkonnen and kind of stop and kind of turn their like black domed kind of helmets kind of in that direction.
I think that's when she pulls out her Mala pistol, and the first one that looks at her, she's gonna start shooting.
All right. So, as Tania starts opening fire, I definitely think that is when the rest of you who have made your way to the palace you hear a fresh skirmish break out. You hear the sound of gunfire not far from where you currently are.
I think the sound of combat ringing through the palace halls gets mixed with the sound of Brooks's boots stamping through the halls, looking for nobility, looking for um, looking for people to protect and make sure are safe. And he hears the sound of a fight and starts running. And I imagine the others might hear the sound of boots and for a moment grow concerned. Is this skirmish getting nearer? Before you see Brooks round the corner, his shield flickering and buzzing, his swords in hand, um, as he kind of stops in his tracks. And there's a moment of assessment as he sees who he's looking at and realizes these aren't Harkonnen dogs. These are loyalists, hopefully.
Rav, you, Sahira, how do you
I think if
respond
I've
to
made it
this?
into the castle, and I would probably already know where the living quarters were for the servants.
I'd say
So
so.
I would make my way there, and um, if the door was locked, I would take out some kind of a tool because I'm an engineer and find a way to disassemble the door locking mechanism to get in. And I would imagine when I walked in, I would find them all dead and slaughtered,
Yeah.
which would only heighten my hate for what's going on. So then
Yeah.
I would think to myself, at this point, the only thing I have left to do is kill as many Harkonnens as I can. And then I would turn and run towards the action with my crysknife.
Yeah, yeah. I don't even think the door would have been locked. It probably would have even been left open. Like there is no regard to hiding what has been done here.
No value in them at all.
Exactly. And to boot, their water has been spilled all over the floor.
Oh,
No,
blasphemes.
no ceremony at all to the way that these people were butchered. They were just left to lie there and bleed out.
Then that would probably fuel my rage quite a bit more thinking about that.
Yeah. What about Rob and you? How are you responding?
I think as Brooks comes around this corner, part of what may give him pause is that he sees Rav kind of detaching himself almost from like a wall or a pillar or something like this. And I don't know if you has actually seen Rav yet, but for some reason Rav's feeling drawn to you. So he's kind of trying to stay in the shadows and follow this person without being noticed. He I don't think Rav has actually interacted with you yet. It would just kind of depend on whether you has noticed or not. But maybe that's why Brooks has a pause for a second
Yeah.
and is concerned that maybe Rav is after, but noticing the still suit may cause Brooks to realize that this is not a Harkonnen dog.
There is that moment with Brooks of pause and of, what am I seeing? Is that what I think it is? No, wait. And then he points one of his swords out at you and says, "You got a shadow."
I think surprisingly to both of you, I think he's phonetic in his energy. But when you say that, he like goes rigid material, like militaristic for a hot second, and then just spins his blade, right? Spins one of the daggers off of his suit and just spins it in the direction of Rav. And I imagine it's very quick. Rav, if you're anywhere close enough to be within arm's reach distance, this knife is getting exceptionally close to like your neck, right? But he stops it just beforehand. I know. There's nothing that I don't already know. How are you doing, Brooks? Where are they coming from? And you. He looks back to you, Rob. I saw what you did back there. Thank you. He spins the blade back in his hand and then sinks it back into the pocket.
There's a bit of a sigh of mostly relief. Brooks has never fully understood you and has never gotten comfortable with these people, but he takes the question at and will kind of point up. I got ships overhead, sending fire down on us. There's boots on the ground already. We got to get to safety.
How many?
I couldn't count them.
You see you like pause for a second. He closes his eyes. And I imagine, Jeremy, if you'll allow it, is there a way that potentially I could try and calculate kind of how many of how many of the copters are out there? Like the Harkonnen copters are out and about.
Okay. How many, Harkonnen ornithopters have possibly landed?
Have landed,
okay.
Yeah. Because
like
that'll help me determine what level of oh shit are we in.
Sure. I mean, calculation is what a Mentat does. So I think we see this, this shot of you where his eyes roll up, and we see like the whites of his eyes as he's doing the Mentat thing.
The Undertaker rollback. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, so grab a die. Every roll you'll make is always with a die. And then obviously you're an expert because Mentat's calculation. I don't think prepared though. Because it's not like you've been able to
D8s, right? These are D8s we're grabbing.
Yep. Because it's not like you've had the chance to like stand and look out.
No,
fully
exactly. I'm not looking out at the
right.
Yeah.
So 2d8. You'll roll those, and you are rolling calculations. So I think that's going to be knowledge.
So I got to roll.
So for knowledge, you want to roll above, because you should have you shouldn't necessarily have, but if you are more knowledgeable versus instinct, then your number in knowledge versus instinct should be low.
Right, you want to roll above the knowledge.
Correct.
Okay. Ooh, okay. That's 2 successes. All right, sweet.
Okay. Yep.
Got a 7 and 8.
So recalling what you have seen, what you know about Harkonnen forces, the typical kind of like way that they behave, what they have at their beck and call, your estimation is in the hundreds of thousands. Like this is not merely an ambush or an assault. This is a full-scale invasion of the planet. Like the fact that they mobilized this many people without some level of intelligence leaking to House Atreides it's terrifying.
At this point, we're seeing the Imperial soldiers landing too, correct?
I don't know if at this point any of you might have noticed the Sardaukar, but I'll leave that up to you because they're certainly here.
Okay.
You in particular, because you came from further out.
From outside, yeah. I would have noticed all these ships.
Probably, yep.
And I would identify that as their Imperial versus, I would know the difference. Okay.
It's a good chance of that.
Okay. I need a minute to discompose.
Beetles. Fucking beetles. About to be squashed by the rest of them.
Okay. Meanwhile, not far away, Ania, you've opened fire on these Harkonnen. I would like for you to roll, please. How are you shooting them?
Oh, it's very much it's looking just I don't even think she's looking down a sight or anything. It is just pointing and shooting. It's very much a oh shit, I need to start firing before I get dogpiled.
Gotcha. Okay, so that very much sounds like a speed roll to me. Okay. Let's see. You are a smuggler, spice smuggler, and a thief. I don't think this is the first time that Tanya has run into a situation where she's had to basically backpedal and fire at the same time. So I think that this is probably a second die. But again, not necessarily prepared. I don't think that you were expecting to face quite this many as you kind of came around the corner. So
absolutely not.
Right. So 2 dice, 2d8. And speed is what you're rolling, so you're going to look for...
I have to roll
over.
Under. I have to roll over my
over for speed versus control.
I got 1 success.
Okay. So that is it is a success at a cost. Let's see. So, yeah, I think you absolutely tag one of these Harkonnen. Just, square in the right in the, again, the domed kind of face mask that they wear. And oh, as a matter of fact, if only some idiot had prepared artwork for this. It's me.
What? No.
So this is the way that the Harkonnen soldiers are kind of kitted out. They have these very kind of like shiny black domes for helmets.
Hit them right in the dome.
Yeah, square in the dome. And I imagine, what was the kind of pistol that you're using again?
It's a Maula pistol. I don't think I said that right, but it's okay.
But it sounds badass. Okay. So I imagine that we see that the kind of red, flickering of the what, Hollitzer? Holla at your boy shields.
Yes.
Yeah. As it kind of, what is it?
Holtzman?
Holtzman, that's what it is. I knew it was a whole something. All right.
Right.
So yeah, it kind of hits and does that kind of, as it kind of works its way through, and then you just hear like this decompression as it kind of like penetrates through the actual like atmosphere of the suit, and there's just like this, and he just collapses backwards onto the ground. The rest of them kind of turn, drawing their weapons and raising them. And you can see that they have turned the lasgun that they were using to kind of cut through the vault door in your direction. So you've like ducked back around like a corner or something for cover, and you can see that thin little white light beam that is literally just coming straight through the stone wall that you're hiding behind and is just kind of starting to slice its way towards you.
Great. Funsies.
Those of you who were nearing this new skirmish, you see another individual. Good question. Do Tanya and Rob, do you know one another?
Do we know one another?
You're both
Are
working
we
for the spice
buddies?
smugglers.
I'm okay with it. I mean,
I'm cool
we
with
are
it too.
both spice smugglers, so
We are. I imagine that if that's the case, Rob is instantaneously irritated that she got herself in this mess.
Yeah, so
That's
Rob,
probably the first time Tanya notices Rav is in the vicinity, is recognizing his voice saying, "Not again."
Yeah.
for the
It's
others
just
of
like,
you, you see this person come running around the corner, and you see again that kind of like pinprick of light, that kind of beam that just shoots across the open of the hallway that you're kind of looking down, and then kind of starts cutting its way through the stone. Before long, like a massive chunk of the stone that has now been sliced enough that it slides free and topples to the floor with a loud kind of slides.
This is over by the rest of us now. We can kind of see this laser.
Yeah, she's basically just rounded the corner, and you all now see one another, and you can see this laser behind her, kind of bisecting the hallway.
Shit. They're in the walls. How many?
a lot.
That tracks. There's
you hear
a
the Harkonnen voices.
wow, that does sound like Harkonnen voices.
Thanks.
There's this kind of like moment where Brooks isn't sure if he should try and get you to a place of safety and sort of guide the others, or if he should go off and deal with these. There's kind of this uncertainty among just across his face.
I think when Brooks does that, I think that there's this, you see, it's weird because this man that you see before you is most definitely an advisor in build, but in behind his eyes, you see this man who is almost emblazoned in this hallway. And you see him put a hand to your chest. You have been training for this for years now, Brooks. For moments like this, it's important that we stay together. I'm not going to leave you behind. Neither are you going to leave me. So, if you want to go in there, fine. He pulls it again. He pulls two this time, two daggers from the sheaths that are on his chest plate. He'll pull them and hold them in between the fingers. I may be an advisor, but I have had enough time here to learn how to defend myself. So, don't feel like you have to hide me or care for me. I have been dealing with these Harkonnen slime, these Harkonnen fucks for years. They will come for your family, for my family, for every family that will ever be. We don't do something now. So, either we are the boots on the ground that stop it, or we're the rats that hide until extinction happens. What choice do you want to make, son?
With every word, the fire of ambition burns brighter within Brooks. And at that, he kind of there's like a, let's stomp these bugs. Come on! And he runs
That's a boy. You just see this old man, like full on the robes, like I feel like the cloak, right, folds open and you see like a sill suit that is just lined like with he's got it's such a weird vibe because he is a mentat, but you can clearly see he is a warrior trained esque mentat. He has been in this house and in houses before that have allowed him to not only train his mind but his body. So even though he looks frail and fragile and broken, the grin of red that comes across his face as he watches this young man agree to charge Harkonnen with him is the most glee he has had in ages, and he is all about it.
Hell yeah. All right, so as Brooks and you charge towards the lasgun, and the Harkonnens that wield it, what are the other three of you? How are you reacting to this choice?
Is the last gun the one from the movie where it was like a beam that shut out and like literally cut everything in half?
Yes, absolutely.
Ouch, yeah. So we definitely want to come at them from behind. Would it make a different sound that one would know, hey, that's a las gun as opposed to any other kind of gun? Would I be familiar with the sound?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how much sound it makes. I don't think the laser itself makes any noise, but what produces it might.
The machinery.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I imagine that it's probably not the kind of thing that, like, I know las guns are carried by a lot of the military in Dune, but I don't know how portable how easily portable they are. I don't know if it's like a 2-man job, kind of thing where they have to carry, whatever. But
is it attached? Yeah.
Yeah. But I think also, since we haven't really seen Saheera as a part of this particular scene yet, I think if you're okay with it, I think maybe Saheera is actually coming up behind them at this point, and that's like what we see, is that she's approaching this conflict from a different angle and hasn't been spotted yet.
Yeah, because I think if I can hear the machine and recognize what it is and absolutely how much harm it's doing to everyone, including my people, I would head that way because I would want to try to destroy the machine, do something to make it implode on itself. That would be my goal. So yeah, I would be heading towards that sound, not knowing that you and Rav, nope, not Rav.
Brooks.
What's Zach's name? Brooks are in there. I wouldn't know they were in there, but I would be heading in there, trying to reach behind and pull my pack around to the side to see what I can pull out to try to stop this machine from damaging people. So I think that if I would probably just run into them, I might even like right into somebody's back, because I'm in such a hurry and I'm so nervous and excited and angry and everything all at the same time. So
Right.
I say that I'd probably run in and I would have a still suit on, just so, identify still suit. And I would have the kind of sheer sand colored wraps that everybody's wearing. So yeah, I think I would do that. And I'm just muttering to myself, how can I stop this machine, as I run it into the back of Brooks.
Oh yeah.
Just for funsies. Hopefully he won't kill me.
Does Saheera have the eyes of a bod? The blue on blue?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So very recognizably Fremen.
Yeah, true.
from a good distance. Okay. So here's what I would like then. So each one of you will make a roll about how you're going to engage with this scene, whether directly, indirectly, or otherwise. And you can frame it however you wish, whatever stat you want to roll against. We're going to keep this as... I still think this is going to be a 2-dice situation, just across the board. But what I would like is for you to take into account the result of your roll, like how many successes you got, and then describe how this scene plays out, how you fight these Harkonnen or escape, however it is that that you want to interpret the outcomes of your roles.
Can I ask for a little bit more setup? Because I may have missed it when I was
Absolutely.
trying to hook
Sure,
my charger up to
absolutely.
my headphones.
So
Are
essentially,
there
oh, sorry, go ahead.
other Harkonnen and
Yes.
Sardaukar in the room?
So
Uh,
currently, you don't see any Sardaukar. However, there's probably at least 2 full squads of Harkonnen, so
Ooh.
probably close to like 50 of them
Oh
that are
shit.
basically ready to get into this vault. You can tell that this is not just a sweeping team. Like they were sent here with purpose, and they are armed, armored, and again they have this lasgun with them. So this is not a small force,
Oof, okay.
and they are outside of a like a spice vault, a spice reserve, if you will, trying to get in.
Oh, that's what they're using the last gun for, to get into the
Yeah,
spice?
they were, but now
Okay.
it seems like there's a mosquito or something that they're trying to kill with it.
Okay. I'll let someone else go first.
All right.
So I think before anything's done, anything's decided, maybe while you and Brooks are having this conversation, um, I think Rav looks to uh, this person that's causing so much trouble, um, and just whispers spice, like as a question mark, um, trying to confirm that that's what's happening right now, because that's kind of why we're here.
You just see her.
And I think Rav immediately after the shake of the head starts looking for high ground. If there's any area where he can get above um these enemies, he's looking for that first.
Gonna say now you're mixing your sci-fis.
As long as I don't get burned, we'll be fine.
Okay, yeah. So trying to find a good vantage point to kind of rain down some hell. Sounds good. Um, yeah, let's get descriptions and stuff, and then we'll find out how the rolls shake out. Unless anybody's already rolled, then please feel free to go ahead and interpret that.
I think that by all definitions of the word, Brooks rushes in with the utmost of force, and his blades are at his side, and he's ready to slide on his knees and slice legs open and become this flurry of blows for House Harkonnen again, a whirlwind of steel, just shoving himself into the middle with these blades and cutting down Harkonnen trash um, as much as he can, and with all of the fervor of battle within him, fueled by the inspiring words of you. This is what he's been training for. This is his purpose. The moment is now, and he wants to do his house proud. So he's just going to run in there and start chopping away.
Hell yeah. Just like Gurney Halleck and Duncan Idaho taught you.
The
Heck
most
yeah, dude.
inspiring members of the army.
Mm-hmm.
As far as roles, I've never rolled before in this system. Can you tell me
Oh,
real quick what I'm
hey.
doing?
All right. All right. Yeah, absolutely. So, as you called it, this will be a force roll. So you'll get a die just for rolling, period. Then you'll qualify for a second die because this is soldiering. This is exactly what you're built for. So you're an expert. And you know what? I'm gonna say that in this situation, y'all started from a place of the Harkonnen not knowing that the rest of you were there, so they're somewhat surprised. And you also received an inspiring, charge call to arms from you. So I think you qualify for a third die. So
Okay.
go ahead and roll 3 dice.
I will do so. And the goal is to get at least 2 of them to succeed.
So, right. So you are rolling force, which means that you want under your number in grace versus force.
Right.
And only those count as successes. So only below your number.
I will jot those numbers down.
And the more the better.
We have 3 successes.
3 successes. So that's a critical success.
Hey.
So yeah, please, as you describe how the rest of this scene plays out as people add to it, keep that in mind that you are critically succeeding in this.
Of course.
Next.
Are those big old critties?
They are big old critties. 3 of them. Mixing sci-fi genres again.
In following the young one's fervor, right? Clearly, you has been sitting on some sort of pent up aggression that, as an advisor to House Atreides, he cannot do. He cannot show his disdain. He cannot show his reviling of what is happening. He's always supposed to be a face of nobility, right? You're supposed to be the face. You're supposed to be there for your advisor. You're supposed to advise and train and help. That's all you're ever supposed to do. But in this moment, right now, the house is coming down. And he's like, no, the house will not come down as long as I am here in this present moment. And he watches as Brooks begins to charge through. And somehow, some way, every cut is hitting. And it's a beautiful mosaic of violence that I will that you will never forget in his mind. And in that moment, he takes the 2 blades in his hand, and I pre-rolled, but please allow me to, if you want me to roll more, I will roll more. I pre-rolled the 2 that you said to do. But the idea that I want to do is I would like to roll with
oh my god,
my boy behind the wall of carnage, right?
It literally, we had you right up until you said the exact stat that you were using, and then
Grace.
It cut off.
Sorry.
Okay, perfect.
I would like to use grace, right? And I would like to follow my boy down this hallway and just start flinging knives into people's bodies. Just start flinging knives into the helmet shields, like full on going Wolverine if I have to, and taking a couple daggers and like shanking them through the helmet plates, like whatever I gotta do. But I'd like to do it with a graceful flair, so I'm never standing too close to a body at any given time. Like the moment I hit a person, I'm spinning, I'm moving, I'm swiveling down this hallway.
All right. You was pulling some equilibrium.
Exactly.
Kata, only with knives.
Bam, 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 bam. So I rolled 2 successes earlier. Do you need me to roll any additional die?
I don't think so in this situation. As a Mentat, I don't know that necessarily going up against Harkonnen soldiers is something that is in your
I think this is
typical wellhouse.
Yeah, he's just been waiting to do it forever. He's never really been in the heat of a battle. But in this moment, he's like, fuck it, we might die. I might as well just try. I wanna stay with the people that are caring about me and protect them as well.
Perfect.
Is this happening in a hallway or is happening in a room?
So it's outside of a room?
Down a hallway.
Yeah, so it's
you're working through the hallway to get there?
Right. So yeah, the Harkonnen kind of gathered in an atrium kind of area outside of a room. And it's a large door because, again, this is a spice reserve vault. So there's a hallway or several hallways that probably kind of lead to this point. And the activity with what they're describing is kind of happening down one hallway. And I kind of pictured that you had come up from another hallway that these Harkonnen were not necessarily paying as much attention to.
Okay. So I don't know which skill would be best, but I mean, my ultimate goal is I want to get to the men who are using this weapon, and I'm going to assume that it's attached or affixed some way, not like they couldn't, loosen a few bolts and take it back to the ship, is how I imagine it. But it's probably fairly heavy and stationary, and the two of them are using it. I want to get to them, but it sounds like there's quite a few in between me.
They definitely have some friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that would make me nervous since she's just been, in her office fixing still suits and whatnot, and has never really been in battle other than, like a little bit of practice here and there. So she might go a little slower. She has a crysknife and she has I'm gonna say it wrong, Barodi pistol.
Okay.
And she would probably aim it at the guy closest to her if she could do it, like sneaking up against the wall, holding her arm against the wall, leaning as far back as she can to shoot the one that's closest to her.
Okay.
I almost feel like as you and Brooks start to move through, and with Brooks just tearing these guys down, a path starts to clear itself through this army, this small army of Harkonnen just in this atrium, and the way to this lasgun that you're targeting starts to become clear. You'd have to step over bodies, but other
Yeah.
than that, I think that
Definitely.
in not being fully cognizant of your motivations, Brooks just happens to be cutting a path through this swarm of Harkonnens, in a somewhat convenient way for you.
Well, if that's what the situation is, then I would probably take out my crysknife, and I know that my pack is hard on the back, so I would do that run down to my knees and then lean back as hard as I can to slide on that and try to take out somebody's Achilles tendon so that they would go
Absolutely.
down quickly for me.
Again, very Fremen. That's amazing.
What would I roll for that?
It sounds like maybe speed
Speed. It's not
versus
what I
control.
picked.
Okay. What argument do you want to make? That could potentially be knowledge, knowing like a weak point to hit an enemy.
Well, I have a 3 for knowledge, so
That
then
sounds
I would
like
think
it would
that.
be a good choice.
Okay, then let's roll knowledge.
Okay.
And I
Let's roll
roll
knowledge.
how many dice?
Two dice. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Use the pretty ones that look like rocks. And yeah, I got a 3 and a 5.
And
So if
what
you
is
hit your number, 3.
Okay. So record that as an experience point.
Okay.
That doesn't count towards your successes, but it does give you an XP.
Okay.
Which again, remember that anytime that you want, whenever you're making a roll, you can cash in one of your XPs to give you 2 automatic successes.
Okay.
You can spend as many of them on a single roll that you wish. And then alternatively, you can cash in 1 whenever someone else, as an ally, goes to roll their health die any number of times. And if you do so, you roll your health die that many times instead.
Okay. So could I use the one I already had to try to slash at the other guy's
Yes.
leg? Except this time I'd probably go, can't think of the name of the artery in the thigh, but I would go for the artery and twist
Femoral?
my crysknife. Yeah, the femoral artery. So
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
2 again, right? Or just 1?
So, yeah,
If
it
I'm
just
using
is
experience?
2 automatic successes.
Okay, so
Yep.
I hit. Don't even bother to roll.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So you had the 1 XP that that we gave earlier for everybody's description of kind of like where their character was whenever we first joined the story. And then because
Right.
you hit your number with this last roll, you'll get to record. So you'll still have 1 because you just spent
Okay.
1, but you just earned 1 as well.
Okay,
Does that make
awesome.
sense? Okay, cool.
Yes.
And then you had another success from your roll, but then by spending your point of XP, you got 2 automatically. So now you also have 3 successes for this scene.
Okay.
So whatever you are attempting to do, you are going to critically succeed on doing so for the scene.
Oh, well, I would be, I imagine I have, I'm going to assume the pistol shoots something solid.
Yeah,
And
probably. Yeah,
being
some kind of projectile.
engineer, I would probably look for the best point to take my gun and then pop right there where it's going to do the most damage to this machine and either break it completely or
Ooh.
make the aim or trajectory of it off. So
Yeah.
that is my goal in stopping their progress.
Absolutely. I think you put whatever, projectile, whatever slug that this gun throws, I think you literally put a round like straight through the heart of this whatever it is that's producing this laser.
Okay.
And so there's this
Perfect.
kind of like kind of noise, and the laser just kind of like sputters out, and the white light that it was kind of emitting is gone, and the room is now kind of pitched into the kind of the amber color of the light coming in from the emergency lights.
Fantastic.
All right. Tanya, I think you're the only one we haven't gotten a description of for the scene here. So what are you up to?
Mm-hmm. So I think for her, the scene kind of begins with, Rav whispering to her. She nods her head. She watches him go to try and get a higher vantage point. And she watches and listens as you and Brooks have their little, pep talk. And and as they're getting ready to go, she's like, "Yeah, you go get them." And using the distraction of those two, she is going to try to subtly move to the other side of the room to hopefully come up to one of the Harkonnen soldiers and use her bodkin to.
All right. Hell yeah.
So I said
So it
subtlety.
sounds like subtle or subtlety. What is it? Who made this game? Subtlety.
No.
No? Not subtlety?
Yes.
Yes, subtlety.
You said who made this game, and I went, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Some fool.
Someone very cool and talented. Probably.
Yes.
So you're gonna be rolling above because it's subtlety. Again, sneaking around, slinking in the shadows, definitely what a thief does. So absolutely 2 dice. I think again, capitalizing on the distraction that the rest are kind of making, this forward assault. I think you're probably okay for a 3rd die in this scene.
Ooh. Let's see how well I do. Nice. I got a critical success because I got
Wow.
a 3, and a
3
5.
criticals. Okay. So yeah, you also critically are succeeding in this scene. So please describe what that looks like.
Oh, I just imagine that as she is going against the edge of the wall and she sees this one maybe straggling soldier, she just kind of whips around and comes up and just shoves her bodkin up into like his kidney kind of thing. And then it's just instant, pulls out, turns and flows and just continues on her way.
Absolutely. And then Rav, what did you end up rolling?
I didn't roll anything yet. I kind of think that finding this high ground and setting up with this laser rifle, I think that Rav realizes that there's too many enemies in this hallway. While we do have, 4 different people mowing them down right now, I think he realizes that there's too many for this this small band to take out without maybe a smidge of luck. And I think that he's concentrating himself on taking out any of these Harkonnen that get close to the four that are fighting in the midst.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at one point he ends up closing his eyes and just listening for the sounds of these shields giving off that distinct high-pitched sound just before they give an opening, before taking a shot. And when he hears that sound, his eyes pop open for just a second, and the rifle turns towards that sound and taking a shot. And he's fully and completely relying on straight instincts and praying that he's not going to take out any of the four that are on his side.
Okay. Well done. Sounds like an instinct roll then. Again, providing cover fire for, people on the ground definitely sounds like something that is in a sniper's wheelhouse. So certainly 2 dice. And I think positioning yourself with the high ground in particular, I think that that's going to qualify you for a 3rd die as well here. It's a prepared die, if you will.
And instinct is under, correct?
Instinct is... Yes, underneath.
All right.
Yep.
That is going to be 2 successes.
Okay. So not necessarily critically, but succeeding all the same, without a cost. So, yeah. I think that you are absolutely able, without any issues, to time when you take your shots, and you're covering these people who are having no problems mowing through these Harkonnen, but they probably would be having a problem if you weren't keeping the fleas off their back. Especially the ones that are on the front, like Brooks, who is carving through them. But I mean, it's just like, somebody diving into the water. Immediately, the Harkonnen are kind of crashing in behind him, trying to, take advantage of the fact that he's now so deep in their ranks. But you managed to keep them off of his backs and everyone else's backs well enough that they can keep fighting. You fight, all of you, valiantly. You take down more Harkonnen than you can count on both hands. However, at some point, their numbers do pay out. And the surprise that you kind of had in the initial momentum of the battle soon starts to count for less and less as more and more of them understand what is going on and start turning their attentions to addressing you. So before long, you find yourselves having to make a tactical retreat, having to run from them, especially as they seem to be calling in reinforcements, and things start to get a little. The battle starts to tip away from your favor at some point. As you are making your way through the palace, you keep finding knots of Harkonnen and Sardaukar, which for those of you who hadn't seen them up to this point, seeing the Sardaukar here is a big surprise. And not only is it surprise as far as it just being purely unexpected, but it's a gut punch for those of you from the House Atreides. Like, seeing the Emperor's personal army taking part in this is gravely insulting. The sense of betrayal would be very, very real. However, you fight on, almost always kind of a feigning engagement, trying to engage them, causing them to back off as best you can, and having to run. You realize that, again, this is a full-scale invasion. The palace is lost. It is overrun. You see signs of death in every hallway. You see House Atreides and Fremen laid to waste. You see no sign of any of the royal family at all. And before long, you start making your way towards the kind of more of the outer grounds of the palace. And it's at this point that you find yourself kind of in, yeah, you know what, it's if you remember from the movies, for those of you who have seen the new ones, where the palm trees are in that courtyard, there's kind of these lowered areas on the side that have this beautiful like filigreed stonework, where a lot of the Fremen pilgrims had come to try to see Paul shortly after they had arrived. So you're actually in one of the hallways that has that filigreed stonework that kind of looks out onto that courtyard with the palm trees in it. So that's where you currently find yourselves, and you hear more shouting, which at this point, other than the times when you get into a skirmish, you don't really hear much fighting inside the palace anymore. So it stands out to you as strange. So if anybody goes to investigate, you actually find a strange scene. You come across a wounded Sardaukar who appears to have positioned himself between a group of Fremen children and a group of Harkonnen soldiers. It's very obvious that he is defending these children from the bloodthirsty Harkonnen. At this point, none of them have spotted you, but the Sardaukar is very obviously hurt, and it's clear that though Sardaukar he is, he's probably not going to last a lot longer. So, what would all of you like to do?
I think that Brooks sees this, and his instinct is to recognize the kind of there's an honor in what's happening here, and it kind of is something that he's able to kind of bottle the feelings of, hey, the Sardaukar are here. How dare they betray our house for a moment, and see the warrior before him who's doing the honorable thing. So Brooks's instinct is to kind of rush in and put himself beside this Sardaukar and kind of like grab him from under the arm and lift him up and kind of like give him a pat on the back, like, come on, let's do this. And he'll turn to him and say, earn your life, and kind of ready his blades to help defend these children.
He kind of looks at you, breathing heavily, blood kind of running down from several wounds on his face. His helmet, you're not really sure where it is. You don't see it lying around anywhere. It's obvious that he's been without it for at least for a moment. He kind of has his brow kind of creased as you kind of come charging up, almost kind of like rounding on you in like a fighting stance. And as you approach and kind of turn to face the Harkonnen threat, he kind of like looks sideways to you and then realizes that you don't intend to fight him as well. And then he relaxes his guard towards you and turns his full attention back to the Harkonnen. Anybody else? Michelle, you're muted. Sorry.
Hey.
It happens to all of us.
Okay, so what I was asking is how many people how many soldiers are in that group? Like, are they just continuing to stream out the front of the castle towards this group, or is it like a dedicated group? They're separated from everyone else, and we're not real worried about anybody running out the door to join them.
Yeah, no, it's definitely kind of more of an isolated squad. As of right now, it seems like most of the rest of the activity is concentrated deeper within the palace. And this is more kind of like almost on the outskirts of the palace grounds, like before you really get out of the palace.
Okay. And they're carrying exclusively guns or guns and swords?
A mixture of guns and swords. They have their swords drawn right now. And as far as the number of them, I would say it's probably half a dozen at most.
Okay. Is it fair to think that I might have grabbed a sword from one of the guys I put down before leaving the room, since I don't have that kind
Absolutely.
of weaponry on me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I think that we're coming out the door, or I'm coming out the door, and they're here. So are they between me and the starter car and the children, or am I on the other side? Because I'm already in the car. I'm in the courtyard.
Yeah, no. So you're in the in one of the little side breezeways, if you will, kind of that runs along the courtyard.
Okay.
So like you can see the courtyard through like the stone architecture, like filigreed windows that kind of run along one wall. So there's, in my mind at least, there's this great like orange flickering light that is like shooting across this entire hallway. So you're coming up from behind, where the Harkonnen kind of have this Sardaukar and these children kind of back against a wall.
Okay. Then I think I would probably do something pretty similar to what I did the last time, except I'm going to run up behind a guy and I'm going to try to chop hitting his jugular as I scream, "How dare you waste our water?"
Ooh,
Excellent.
And
Okay.
would that still be a knowledge roll because I know where to hit him?
So we're gonna hold up on rolls just for the moment. We're gonna get everybody's
Okay.
kind of like how they're gonna engage in the scene, and then we'll get everybody's rolls and figure out how it all shakes down.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we've got Brooks going and standing shoulder to shoulder with the wounded Sardaukar. We have Saheera coming up and slicing some necks. What else?
Of takes a bit of a different approach, seeing these children in danger. This sets something off behind his eyes, and where he's been using this laser rifle and carrying it around, he slings it across his back, and he pulls two daggers out instead, and preparing to stop this assault on the weak, he decides that now it's going to be up close and personal. He's still doing his best to stay as close to shadows as he can and strike out when necessary, when someone passes nearby. But he's also, if he has to, he's preparing himself to jump into the middle of the fray.
Okay.
With once again everyone going up and doing their thing, I think Tanya is going to move as as quietly and as quickly as she can to be behind the Sardaukar and Brooks so she can try and start moving the children.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely.
I would think that you had a very similar mindset as Tanya, where his mind was protecting the children at all costs. So you see that, and as opposed to his earlier like militaristic stance, you watch as he like subtly moves into place, helping Dania move the children. But after she begins to move them away, he turns around and, in a very like an advisor role, you watch him like take in the how many soldiers would you say are in this convoy that are
It's
with
about
it?
half a dozen, 6 or so.
Half a dozen. Okay.
Mhm.
So pretty easy for him to kind of calculate things out. I think
Yeah.
he would start looking at the mannerisms. You would see him try to like peer into the eyes of the men behind the helmets. And any small intricacies, any small details, you watch as he like stands like a shadow behind Brooks, but instead of holding the blades outwardly, like offensively, he holds them back towards the inside of his palm, and he's gonna gracefully just take a hand, put it on the back of Brooks's shoulder, and I forget how Mentats like they have telepathy, right? They have like a sort of like
I don't
is it like a
think that they
like
do.
that whispered bond, or is that just the Bene Gesserit that does
Yeah, the
that?
Bene Gesserit kind of have a. It's not even really telepathy. They can just speak without speaking. They use their
Gotcha.
hands to, kind of communicate
Right, and
different
that's what I was
ideas
trying
than
to
what they're
think
saying
of.
with their
Is
mouths.
like if there was a way that he could do that, but I don't think
I don't think Mentats
that
have
is
that
the case.
ability. No.
Well,
They're
Mentats are
basically
supposed to be
Sorry,
the
go
living
ahead.
computers,
Right.
because I did some research on it. And if you're training with Brooks, there would be no reason why you wouldn't be able to anticipate what he might be thinking, like
Heard.
not, verbatim, but you might have a general concept of what's going through his mind at that moment.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
So I think I
Good
would
call,
look
Michelle.
over. I would look over the battlefield, and then you feel Brooks. You feel his breathing calm, as opposed to like the heightened breathing that he had in the hallway, where he was feverishly wanting that like bloodlust. You feel his breathing calm, and he puts a hand on your shoulder. Jeremy, I would like to see if I can give Rav and Brooks some sort of an advantage by looking at the 6 of them there and seeing any subtle intricacies that like are flaws in the armor, flaws in their
Oh,
stance,
gotcha.
anything that I can look for that like might be a way to tip them off.
Okay. Yeah. Literally kind of take stock of weaknesses that they may have and exploit them.
I
Okay.
would like to be the Slippy to his Starfire.
Go barrel roll. Perfect. Okay. Fantastic. So, whenever you first arrived on this scene, the general attitude of the Harkonnen soldiers was one of like cruel children torturing a small animal. Like, it was clear that they knew they had the upper hand in this situation and that they were toying with this starter car and allowing the fear of what was going to happen to build in these children. They were kind of relishing this moment and making it last longer than it should have. And as all of you kind of arrive in kind of an instant, it's obvious that the stakes have changed, and the body posture and the behavior of the Harkonnen changes in a flash. I wouldn't say that they necessarily snap back to disciplined soldiers, but they certainly take on the guise of being more sincere in what they're doing. So, with all of that set, what I would like to do now is to roll for initiative. Ooh. So, the way that we do that in this system is that you can roll a single d8. I will roll a d8 as well. Whoever gets below my result on the d8 gets to go before me. Whoever gets equal to or after what I roll, I'm sorry, before or equal to goes before. Anybody who fails to get equal to or lower than my roll then goes after. And then whatever order that you wish amongst those groupings.
I rolled a 6.
6.
Got a
Okay.
4.
A 4?
I got 2.
2. You,
I
Brad?
also rolled a 6.
A 6 as well. Okay.
I
And
got
you?
me the 1, baby.
A
Let's
1.
go.
Okay. So, for the first round, all of you beat my roll. So you all get the drop on these Harkonnen and get to act before they do. So
Stupid
please, in
Harkonnen.
whatever order that you wish, take your actions, make some rolls, kill some Harkonnen. Oh, and because I forgot to say this earlier, may thy dice chip and shatter.
May thy dice chip and shatter. Well, shoot. Who wants to go first?
Are we playing out the actions that we described before rolling, or those were successful and we're moving on?
Yes, and.
Yes, and okay.
A little bit of both.
I'll take that and do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Precisely.
And I will, I'll start by saying, soldier on the right, bum leg, you can see it from a mile away. Soldier on the left, his visor is fogging. Use that as an opportunity. The 3 in the middle, if you can sweep their legs, it'll be like knocking over pins. So, take whatever advantage you want, but whatever you two don't get, I'm going for the last one. You see his the little in the original Dune, I think there was like a little black dot or a little black square on the edge of like the Mentat lip, right?
That's the
Yeah,
new movie
in
with
the
the
new
black.
movies.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Kind of like a soul patch, only
a little soul
higher.
patch of
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I think that you would see him kind of like just give that red grin of like, you do what you're going to do, but please take my advice. And hopefully that leads you like that turns the winds in your favor, right? Like,
Oh yeah. Okay. So what I would like to do then, Chad, this sounds like probably a knowledge roll. Again, you're kind of like assessing the battlefield and things of that nature. So if that works for you, then let's go ahead and roll knowledge. I am going to say, I'm going to say 3 dice in this particular situation. This is kind of what Mentats do, you know? Especially in an advisory role, this is what you're used to doing kind of here amongst House Atreides.
this is my whole
So-
shtick. Hooray!
I have 1 number. So what I would like for you to do is go ahead and roll your knowledge with 3 dice.
Okay,
Oh, go ahead.
3 dice. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
3 dice.
And yeah, let me know how many successes you have.
You got it, sir. There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh. Well, that's good. So I have a knowledge of 3, and they have to be
Mhm.
over to pass, right?
Correct.
So that would be 3 successes.
Okay.
A 5, a 4, and a 7.
Woo.
So what I am going to allow you to do, because of the way that you have described this and things like that, you are going to be able to give those 3 successes to the other players,
Oh,
however you wish to distribute
amazing.
them.
That's a great
Very
mechanic.
cool. Very cool. So I will definitely. I think I will give one of the successes to Brooks especially, because I feel like there's a deep-seated history for Brooks and you. Like, maybe he knew your father, or like there's something deep-seated with the Landover family that like you is almost entrusting himself to protect you through that, right? He can't you are his protector, but also he's wanting to protect you in that way, right? So that one of the successes will go to you. One of the successes will go to Rob. And then I think one of the successes will go to Nia, so that the children can escape efficiently. That is my goal here, to get
Okay.
all the
Awesome.
things we want to get done by giving out as much leeway as possible.
Okay. So y'all remember on your next roll that you have those, and count it amongst your successes whenever you go to roll. Excellent, excellent. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I have succeeded in wrapping my blade around this guy's carotid artery and put him on the ground. So I'm going to shake off the blood as if it disgusts me to be near me, and try to do it to the guy next to him. And I imagine he would be onto me, catch me by the throat, pull me up in the air as I'm struggling. And then I'm going to put my hands on him and make him think that I'm feeling him in a inappropriate way, but I'm only looking for something weak to jam my crisp knife into. So I'll find a weakness in his armor and just jam it up. I'm imagining the knife would go behind his ribs into his lung.
Oh yeah.
And pull it out as quickly as I can. Again, shaking the blood off and calling him a Harkonnen pig. Although I would not spit on him because I will not waste my water.
Oh yeah. Okay, that sounds like maybe control. Possibly knowledge.
I picked 6 in control, so that's not too bad a roll.
Okay, so excellent. So yeah, you're basically like letting this Harkonnen put his hand on your throat and kind of squeeze, while you're kind of not taking your time necessarily, but you are waiting before you strike. You are waiting until you find that right spot. So it is taking a lot of control. Excellent. So I think, again, being an engineer for the Fremen, you're used to probably having to work under stressful conditions, especially in the presence of Harkonnen. This is probably not the first time that a Harkonnen has put his hands on you. And so I think that you were prepared going into to fight these people hand to hand. I think this is something you have probably done before. So as far as an expert goes, I mean, you're literally finding a weak point in a suit of armor, which is a technical, like, mechanical thing. So I think, again, 3 dice here is appropriate. Okay.
And I have a 6 in control, so I want to roll a 6 or under, correct?
Control is yes, underneath.
Okay. Just making sure.
Absolutely.
Gotta wish for the right thing. Ooh, and my wishes just gave me stitches.
Oh no.
I got a 1 and 2 8s.
Oh, okay. So 1 success, but with a cost. So I think that you managed to drive your knife home. But what I would like for well, actually, I will roll. So you basically got 1 through. So he has to roll his health die 1 time. Okay. So, you were not able to drive your knife quite as deep as you had hoped. You do stab him, but you're not able to actually puncture his lung. However, while he has a hold of you here, he is squeezing your throat as hard as he possibly can. He literally is trying to kill you. So what I would like is for you to roll your health die, please.
And that die is a total of 10?
I think they're D10s in this. Yes, you start with a
I think
D10.
so. Okay, here it is. I was going to say I only saw my percentage, but I found it. 5.
5. Okay, so you're fine. It's definitely kind of taking some strain, but it's not going to be lasting damage essentially.
So maybe I'm kicking and I can kick off him and break free
Yeah.
from his grasp and take some damage as I hit the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of land with a little bit of a harder, maybe it's on that backpack that you're carrying around. It's great for sliding on the ground, but not as much for breaking a fall.
Yeah, not as it all crushes into your spine. Ouch.
Okay. He kind of looks down at you, like, blood kind of oozing out of his black armor. Maybe even like your knife, like still there, like, for the moment. And he kind of, looks down at you. Which, means something, insulting and highly offensive about you being a Fremen.
Okay, I called him a pig.
Okay. Who else?
I think that
Go ahead.
by all means, Brooks has there's this feeling of the right thing to do is to listen to the advisor, is to take the advice. But he also knows that he's at his best when he is flailing blades, focusing purely on strength and form and not precision necessarily. But he feels compelled anyway to follow this instruction. And so he looks to one of the Harkonnen, the one whose mask has fogged a little. His vision isn't fully there in this moment. And I think that his instinct is to kind of use that to catch him off guard and leverage his strength and charge forward and try and tackle him to the ground. And then, assuming he can get him down there, take one of his blades and start to drive it under the mask into the neck and penetrate a soft part of his armor as he's got him down. I think that's the play here, is to try and play to this specific weakness in the best way that he can think. The question is, what should I roll?
Yeah, great question. So it sounds like force could work, because again, you're literally applying physical force to try to knock him to the ground. Control could work, because you're trying to control your blade so that it's slow enough to penetrate the shield.
Yeah.
Does instinct work because it's instinctual as a trained soldier?
Yeah, also a good argument for that. It's all about kind of what you want to go with here, Zach.
I think he will have tried to leverage force in this instance. So I'll make the roll against force.
Okay. Yeah. Again, combat is not something that a soldier would have any qualms about whatsoever. So definitely an expert die in this situation. I'm not going to say that use advice is going to grant you a preparation die for this role, because you have an automatic success from him already for that reason. But again, I think as an Atreides soldier, fighting Harkonnen is something that you could probably do in your sleep.
Yeah.
So I think even with the fact that you have a nested success already, I still think that 3 dice in this situation makes sense for you.
I'll roll with 3 dice. There's no convincing that needs to happen. I'll do it.
All right.
Let's see where we end up. My force is very good. I need to roll a 5 or lower.
Okay.
We have a 7 and 2 1s.
Yes.
Okay.
Which
so
I
that is
believe
2 successes on your dice, but
yeah,
given also the success you had queued up in the chamber because of Yu's help, that does give you 3 successes. So that's a critical. So
I'd love to see it.
I'm gonna roll this Harkonnen's health die 3 times.
Ooh.
Okay. It doesn't drop on the first roll. Oof, or the second roll. Oh no, or the third roll. Okay. So.
No. Oh no.
Oh no. So you have tackled this guy to the ground hard. Like you can hear like the fans that kind of like power the air intake or whatever, like we're up extra hard because you've knocked some of the pressure out of his suit, kind of thing, as he bangs back against the ground. But as you kind of try to drive your knife point like into his throat, he manages to bring up both of his forearms and kind of like lock up with your hands. And so we're in one of those classic stalemates where you've got the dagger pressing down and you're actually leaning on the pommel or whatever, and he's kind of holding you back with the knife blade like inches from his throat.
Oh, I recall the scene from Saving Private
Saving
Ryan.
Private Ryan, yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Oh, I do.
What
yeah.
a gut-wrenching scene. Oh my
It is.
gosh.
Yes, absolutely.
I love it.
Okay. Who's next?
Rav has waited for the moment of maximum chaos behind a pillar close to the battle. And as there's chaos and confusion and Harkonnen going down and presumed friends being held by the throat, and knives and blades held to other friends' throats, and children being carried off, he slips from behind this pillar, words leaving his lips, the spice, and slips into the fray. And he's going to pick the soldier that is least likely to notice him and just slip in and slowly bring blade to bear.
All right. That definitely sounds like subtlety.
That would be perfect.
Okay. Then subtlety it is. So you're going to look to roll above your number in subtlety versus flair. This is a situation, again, you have the same die that everybody gets for a roll. Prepared. You literally stayed out of the combat, waited for your moment, and now you're kind of like waiting in to strike. So I think 2 dice at the very least. I don't know that this is necessarily the typical purview of a sniper, though, so I think it's just going to be 2 dice.
It's fair. That is fair. I have a 2 in subtlety. I rolled a 2 and an 8, so I got 1 success, and then I believe I have a success from you as well.
You do, absolutely. And then also you rolled your number, it sounds like, so make sure to mark your XP point. So with the success you rolled plus the success that was gifted to you by you, that is still 2 successes, which means that you do it, but no cost, no critical. So he will need to roll his health die twice. Oh, okay, so the first result is a 2. So his health die downgrades to a d4. He still has to roll 1 more time. He rolled a 1. Okay, so you can actually describe how this actually kills this guy.
I think it's subtle. I don't think anyone else notices that he's down, and by the time Rav moves away from him to the next soldier, he's still standing there with this look on his face, and he's for a second wondering why the last words he heard was the slow blade penetrates the shield. And just moments later, as blood finally starts leaking out of this wound, he drops to his knees. And Rav has already moved on towards the next person.
Absolutely. I'm surprised the last words he heard weren't spice.
I already said that once before he stabbed someone.
Oh, I see.
So
Gotcha.
I'm just,
So he didn't get to hear
I
it.
can't wear it out in
They-
session 1.
Nathan
like
is
all I'm gonna
getting
say in session 2.
paid. Nathan is getting paid for every
Every time he says
callback of spice, so he has to cordon them out per session,
I just had
or
this
he gets
mental
overpaid.
image. I just had this mental image of Kyle McLaughlin sitting out there watching this game and like shaking his head as he writes out check after check to Nathan. Just
Damn it.
He's like, God, he said it 20 times in one session. Ah.
How did they all fit perfectly into the context? God,
Damn it.
Like,
shaky fist.
Look,
Herbert.
I know it's off topic, but I used to work with the guy that introduced me to Dune. And the day after we watched, he'd seen the movie several times. And the first one I watched was the David Lynch version. And the next day at work, everybody was looking at us crazy because we just randomly look at each other and be like, the spice.
The spice.
Perfect. All right.
That's awesome.
Who has not acted yet?
I have not.
Anya, okay.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
So what she's gonna do is she is gonna work on getting the children to a safe place
All right.
and basically keeping them there and trying to keep them calm,
Okay.
trying to
yeah.
calm them from this scary situation.
Sure.
Like even
Assuage
her
their
hood is
fear,
down and
right? Maybe crouches down like on their level a little more,
Yep.
Kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So this sounds like a charm.
yes,
If that works for you, okay.
that works perfect for me.
So I think again, charm is certainly in the wheelhouse of a thief, especially one that works with smugglers. Prepared. I think it's just going to be 2 dice though, because again, you're trying to like
Oh yeah.
calm a group of children feet away from where murder is happening.
Yes,
So
exactly.
like yeah.
So I have a 4 in charm, so I have to get above a 4.
Okay. Yeah.
I got 2 4s.
Okay, so 2 times your number. So you get 2 points of XP. However, neither of those count as successes. But you do have a success that was gifted to you by you.
Yes.
So you will have a success, but it's going to come at a cost.
That's fine.
Okay. As all of this has kind of broken out, when you swoop in to kind of try to gather the children and move them off to the side, one of the Harkonnen managed to kind of get around Brooks and the Sardaukar, and you impose yourself between, but that does mean that his blade comes down on you.
Yep.
So they have a threat of 2.
Okay.
So for this particular attack, I need you to roll your health die twice. If on your first roll you get a 1 or a 2, then it needs to downgrade before you roll the second one.
Okay. They all disappeared. I kid took one. So I got a 9 and a 5.
9 and a 5. Okay, so it was nothing more than a glancing blow. It might have even been like, like a slam with the fist, or like a back of the forearm kind of strike, or maybe even the pommel of the sword. But you managed to kind of like roll your shoulder with it and reduce any long-term effects that it might have on you.
Okay.
Okay. That was all of the PCs, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I am going to have, because the majority of you were front loaded, I'm also going to have the Sardaukar go before the Harkonnen go. He is going to attack. This guy here. I think he's also going to be using his force, which he has a 5 in his grace versus force. So he's going to strike. Oof. 2 8s. So he is apparently a lot more wounded than first seemed.
Ooh.
He is trying his best to kind of fight these Harkonnen back, but it's clear that he's having a difficult time even like standing on his own 2 feet still. So that's him. It is now the Harkonnen. One of them is dead. There are 5 of them remaining. One of which is tussling with Brooks on the ground. We'll go ahead and resolve him first. So, Brooks, you need to roll your health die twice. You'll roll a d10. If it's a 1 or a 2, then your second roll will be a d8.
Let's do it.
All right.
How about a 1? Okay, let's roll a d8. And a 5, okay. We're down to a d8.
So yeah, your health stays at a d8 for the time being. So you're in this struggle where you're leaning on this blade, and he's kind of got his forearms up, like I said, kind of locked with you. He brings his knee up hard, right between your legs, enough to the point where like the edges of your vision like turn white for a moment. And it kind of sucks the breath out of you. And you can kind of hear him kind of laugh at your expense. Okay.
That was dirty. Oh.
Let's see. The one that had kind of swung kind of half-heartedly at Tanya, I think he's going to follow. I think he's going to follow you. And he is going to try to bring his blade to bear. So I need you to roll your health die twice more, please.
Wait, me?
No, Tanya.
No, me.
Phew! I mean, oh no.
6.
6?
And
okay,
a
you're
3.
good. 3. Okay, still good. You manage to kind of keep feigning, one direction and another while you're trying to calm these children and kind of keep him somewhat at bay. Right, exactly. And he's trying to like swing at you, and we can hear that kind of steel, sing, sing, as it's like cutting through the air, but it's just not able to catch anything of you in its path. Okay. Yue, where you are kind of standing, where you had been standing behind Brooks moments before, and Brooks has now leapt forward and is rolling around on the ground with his Harkonnen. You are kind of standing somewhat in the open of this battle, and a Harkonnen is going to approach you with his blade drawn and swing at you twice. Or not twice, but swing at you with a threat of 2. So I need you to roll your health die twice, please.
My health die? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do I determine my health die?
Everybody has a d10.
Should be starting at a d10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you'll roll a d10, a lot like Mecha Hack. It's a usage die system.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll roll a d10. If you get a 1 or a 2, then you roll a d8 instead for your second one.
Ooh, yeah, we're good. That's a good one. Roll it twice, though?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then now it goes down. So I got a 6 on the first one, and I got a 1 on the next one. So now it goes down to a d8.
So,
oh, wait. Yeah. It went down on the second one. So
correct.
Now, next time I roll, it'll be a d8.
Right. So now your health die is at a d8. So you've suffered some damage. And I think that comes in the form of when this Harkonnen kind of presses forward, he tries to actually like body check you to get past you. to go for the Sardaukar who's wounded, and kind of almost like brushing you off. And as he does so, I think he clocks you with his elbow, like kind of right in the chin, and it catches you off guard. And for a moment, the room kind of spins. Kind of you see stars for a second, as it kind of rings your bell. Okay, Harkonnen on the ground. Harkonnen that went after Tanya. Harkonnen that went after Yue. The one that Rav attacked. Did you kill yours, Rav? Was that the one that died?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. One of them like turns and sees that you have just kind of dropped his buddy, and he is going to turn to confront you. He's going to square up with you. So as you approach, he launches his assault on you. So go ahead and roll your health die twice for me, please.
It's a 7.
Okay.
And a 10.
Okay. Yeah. You kind of are timing his swings, kind of noticing the telegraphing that he's got like in his footwork and like the way he rolls his shoulders. And you're able to kind of like dodge to one side as the blade kind of swings this way, and then kind of like duck as it swings across your head in a high strike. You're managing to kind of keep your pace with this guy, so that you can get in close and do the work that you do with your small blades. Okay, so that rounds out the entire round. I think because of the timing, let's go ahead and take our break now. I was going to wait until the end of this this encounter before we did so, but I don't want to put it off too terribly late. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drink, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And yeah, we're going to be right back after this 10-minute break for the second part of part 1. It makes sense, trust me, of Dune, The Winds of War. All right, sit tight.
more than ready, so I
I thought you were like, whatever.
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 Yeah, let's play.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is the second part of part 1 of Dune: The Winds of War. We rejoin this this ragtag group of people who have survived the Harkonnen ambush of Arrakis, in particular, and while trying to escape the palace, they have come across a wounded Sardaukar soldier who seemed to be defending a small group of Fremen children from a squad of Harkonnen soldiers. They have joined the fray. At least one of the Harkonnen now lies dead. A few of our heroes may be somewhat wounded. And we are diving straight back into this skirmish that is unfolding here in one of the breezeways that runs parallel to the courtyard, where these palm trees are burning with a ferocious orange light. Kind of comes through this stone filigree that runs all the way along one wall of this breezeway. So, as we kind of hop back in, this is going to be our second round of combat. So, we are going to roll initiative again. Roll a d8. I'm going to roll a d8. Those of you who get equal to or below my number go before me. Those of you who do not will go after.
3.
I got another 2.
2.
I rolled a 1.
A 1.
I also rolled a 1.
Okay. How about you?
Hey, you.
I rolled a 3. Yes.
Okay, 3. That all successes. Again, all got lower than the number I rolled, the 6 I rolled. So, once again, all of you are faster than the Harkonnen dogs. So please, in whatever order that you wish, take your turns.
How many soldiers are still standing at this point? I know the guy in front of me has my blade in him,
5.
and a couple of them were killed. So 5
I
are
think
left?
I think only 1 has died so far, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah,
Okay.
1 died.
Yep. So there's 5 still remaining.
Does that mean the one that I sliced in the neck is slowly dying and not dead yet?
Yeah. The one that you killed cinematically before we started rolling for an initiative. Yeah.
So he's
He would
dead?
have been number 7. So
Okay.
I'd said there
All
was
right.
about 6. So yeah.
Okay. I would like to start if nobody minds.
Please do.
I think that what I would do is try to pretend like I'm kipping up and then fall down so that he loses his guard, but then I'm going to look like I'm trying to kip up again, and I would like to kick my Chris blade that's in his chest to see if I can drive it all the way through.
Ooh, excellent. Very nicely done. Okay.
Yes.
So
Sneaky.
yeah, that sounds like it could be subtlety, but the crazy part about this system is I could also see that description as potentially being flair. So even though subtlety and flair are opposed to one another, your description was given in such a way that I think either could apply. Because you're either being sneaky and underhanded about it, or the performance of faking to kip up, giving you. So either way,
So
either could
subtlety.
work. Yeah,
I have a 5
absolutely.
in subtlety. Let me try that one. And I roll 1 dice.
So
Die. I
yeah,
know my
so
words.
if you have a 5 in subtlety, you want to roll over if you're rolling for subtlety.
Okay.
So
Doesn't
you've
feel like
got
such a good choice right now.
you've got to die. Well, again, you could argue something else if that was your intention.
I have grace a little bit lower. I don't know how that's
Yeah.
graceful.
Well, I mean, trying to kick a knife and drive it into somebody's ribs while lying on your back on the ground would definitely require a certain amount of grace, I would think.
Okay, well then if you're buying it, I'm selling it.
Yeah.
All right. And just one die, correct?
Let's see. You are an engineer, so I don't
Engineer.
necessarily think that this is something an engineer
Probably
does on a
something I haven't
regular.
done before. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a single die. I think so.
Okay. Here we go.
You're
Here
on
we
your
go. Here
back
we
on
go.
the
Oh, oh,
ground.
I dropped it. Trying again. And I I wanted to roll above and I did not.
No? Okay.
No. I
All
got a
right.
2 and I needed a 4.
Okay.
Dang it. Maybe I kicked him in the nuts instead. Paybacks for
So-
Brooks.
So yeah, you're trying to keep up, and you realize that at first he's buying it. He steps in closer as if to try to basically take like a coup de grace against you, while you're on the ground, and you realize that brings the knife within range for you to be able to, like, kick up, and as you bring your leg up, you're just a little slow on the strike, and he kind of seems to realize what you're doing, and he grabs your ankle and like pulls it in like between his elbow and his body, and kind of like has his arm wrapped around like just below your knee, kind of like between your knee and your calf, and he's got kind of like a hold of you now.
Oh, so we're dirty
Oh.
dancing.
Well, you were
Sorry.
feeling him up earlier.
Well, true. Oh my God.
Okay. Who's next?
I think that Brooks is reeling from the harsh blow he received, but is
Mhm.
kind of locked in this, like, he's trying with all his might to like beat this blade down into this Harkonnen with all he has. I think that's his entire focus right now, and
Sure.
it seems to me like another force roll.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. So yeah, you're just kind
Let's
of
do it.
using your body weight, and the anger and the rage that's kind of been building, especially now that you're on your clock.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see. Again, your soldier, hand-to-hand combat. I think just 2 dice though, because I think getting
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, getting a knee to the groin is certainly going to take a little bit out of you.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna drop one on the floor. So I need to roll under my force. My force is 6.
Okay.
I
yep.
rolled 2 8s,
Ooh,
Oof.
okay.
which I would like to spend my XP.
Okay. Yeah,
Tell me about that. Is that, if I remember correctly, that's a free success?
it is 2 free successes.
Oh. I don't know. I kind of want something bad to happen to me. Is that wrong?
No, not at all.
I want to see what
Makes it more
happens.
exciting.
I was okay with
Okay.
success with a cost, but I kind of want to see a failure happen. Let's do it. I won't use that. I won't use my experience points. Not yet.
All right.
Hmm.
Keep it in reserve. Okay, so no successes. You are again kind of trying your hardest to kind of like drive this knife down. You've put all of your focus, as you said, kind of into this point. So much so that you have not realized that he's kind of like fighting against you with one arm kind of propped against the dome of his helmet. He's kind of using the structural integrity of his armor to kind of like help prop his hand up. And he's actually reached his other hand down and has actually like drawn a short blade without you noticing it. And he is going to drive that into your side. So whenever he goes to make his attack, he's going to get an extra threat.
Oof. That's no good for me.
Okay. Yarp. Who's next?
I think. Oh, go ahead.
No, you can go first.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're good.
I think with this Harkonnen soldier that's trying to get through her to get to the children, and she's kind of bobbing and weaving, almost making it seem like a dance to maybe try and entertain the children.
Mm-hmm.
As she's doing this, the way that I imagine it is she's probably been in a couple fights before, so she knows how to kind of bob and weave and kind of hit somebody where it hurts. So I think I'm thinking either speed or control. She's going to use her bodkin and go for the ribs.
Okay. Yeah. So control sounds, especially like kind of given this context, it sounds like maybe it works because it is about you moving in a reactive manner.
Yeah.
Like you're waiting to figure out what he's doing and then countering, around him, which sounds a little bit more like control than speed for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
So I have a 5 in control.
Smugglers.
So I have to roll.
Again, I think this is probably 2 dice. Your attention is so divided between trying to protect and assuage the fear of these children, but also you're in a fight for your life at the same time.
Yeah.
As much as you might be kind of making circles around this Harkonnen, I think it's still taking a toll on you to divide your attention so much. Yeah, I think 2 dice.
That is not a success. I do have 1 success.
Okay. Success at a cost. All right. Okay. So you deliver a blow to this Harkonnen. Oh wait. I'm so sorry. Did anybody else get successes on their turn that I didn't roll against? I might have just skipped right over that. No?
I didn't have any.
Okay. Maybe not then. Okay. So he rolled a 4 on his health die. So he is not gravely injured. But the cost is he gives a grievous wound to one of the children.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
I think it's like a pretty nasty gash like across the back. I think to the point where the child kind of falls to the ground. And the Harkonnen for a second takes his attention off of you for just a second to kind of gloat, kind of hover over this child. You hear a similar kind of chortle or laugh as to the one who kneed Brooks in the groin.
I have a quick question.
I might have an answer.
Could I cash in an XP to take the wound for myself?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
absolutely. I mean, it
Like
is
she
written
dove in front of it?
It is written in the rules for you can cash in an XP whenever an ally is called to roll their health die. So, I mean, technically they weren't rolling a health die, but it is technically also an ally. And yeah, so you can roll your health die that many times instead. Okay, so yeah, so that's going to be a 2 from you.
Okay.
You were still at a
And an
D10,
8.
right?
Yep, it's an 8 and an 8.
Oh, hell yeah, okay. So what would have been a grievous injury to this child, you managed to recognize how dangerous of a blow this is. That this child just does not understand how to fight a Harkonnen the way that you do, and you manage to kind of spin around and slam your shoulder kind of into his blade, or into his shoulder enough that it causes his blade to kind of careen off to the side, and sparks harmlessly against the stone, coming very, very close to like cutting into your foot. But at the last moment, you kind of like pick your foot up out of the way and manage to avoid getting harmed.
Yay, hero points.
Yeah, hell yeah. Great use of that. Okay. Whom else would like to go?
Rav came in, dropped one of these Harkonnen, watched it fall, and as he went to move to his next victim, he was noticed. And this Harkonnen came at him, swung a few times, didn't really do much. But Rav is in a position that he may not. He's definitely been in before, but it's not a position he particularly likes. So, but this Harkonnen in front of him notices that where Rav had his muscles tensed and every movement kind of in place so that he was noticed as little as possible and very controlled, you could see this tension wash out of him, and his muscles and arms and legs just kind of go loose, and he's gonna wait for this Harkonnen to attack, and he's gonna try to dance around the blades until he finds his opening.
Okay. That very much sounded like control again. Unless you were thinking anything else.
I would be happy with either control or grace.
Okay. Let's go with control. Again, kind of biding your time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Okay. Let's see. I think this is probably a 2 die situation. Again, patience is definitely the kind of the purview of a sniper. You know, waiting for an opening to strike, biding your time. I think that definitely is something that is in their wheelhouse. Even though you're using melee weapons, the mentality, the approach is the same. However, I don't know that you are necessarily prepared for this kind of fight overly much. So I think 2 dice.
Totally fair. I believe that's 2 successes. Let me double check. Control is under. I have a 6. Yes, I rolled a 3 and a 5. 2 successes.
Okay. So he will need to roll his health die twice. I don't think there's any wounded ones currently on the field, if I remember. Okay. Nope. All right. He is now a wounded one. So yeah, he gives you the opening that you're looking for, and you are able to capitalize on it and draw blood. But he is still in the fight. Okay. Have you gone?
Leaves me.
Yeah.
No, I believe that leaves me. So I feel like there's this flurry of energy that happens all like in a very short period of time. But for you, everything kind of is slowed. He's able to calculate, see all these things happening all at the same time. But there's a moment that happens between where Brooks gets like laid down, not out, but like, significantly injured in front of him, and then he looks to the other Harkonnen who went after the child, and then like Tanya going in and taking the blow, and there is just this level of familial rage that I think washes over this man. Picture like the crazed eyes that like Willem Dafoe gets during Spider-Man when he goes full Green Goblin, like that level,
Okay.
that level of like demented, how dare you, is where we're at for you. And I think that in seeing 2 of these people who are being selfless and like protecting others, and these jack-offs who are just trying to slaughter everything, I would imagine that you would, even though he's calculating and being, I guess here's the thing, Jeremy, mechanically, I'm trying to use control to pick my right moment, very similar to Rav. However,
oh my gosh, the anticipation.
I'm
Right?
almost tempted.
So we heard, however, ...
So sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
However,
Yes.
You're good now.
Okay.
It was a perfect
However,
cutoff.
I am tempted to use force, which I am very bad at, because I'm
Oh.
aggressively like I
Interesting.
have reached a point of aggression that is beyond
Okay.
like a mentat's like control
Sure.
of self, right?
Yeah.
So
Do it.
So
I
it's like
think I'm
somebody at the
tempted.
D&D table saying, "I would like to rage." Someone reminding them that
Yes.
they're not a barbarian. You say,
I'm
"Oh,
not
I
a
know.
barbarian. I don't give a like. It's like
I know
I'm.
I don't have the ability to rage, but I would like to."
I know I have bard stat, but would like be barbarian, please.
Yeah, I'm for it. Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. So 2 dice then. Yeah.
Let's see. 1 die.
One
That's
die
where
for
we're
sure.
starting.
Yeah.
Definitely not an expert at this
Nope.
necessarily. This is not something that
Nope.
a mentat is necessarily good at.
Nope.
Prepared.
I mean, I feel like he's trying to evaluate the battlefield, but at the same time,
True.
like the emotions are getting the best of him too,
True.
right? So
Yeah, I think we're gonna go with a single die because this is so against
Single
the
die.
grain for a mentat. Right?
Right.
This is so outside of like what they would normally do, how they would normally approach a situation, and it's
mhm.
an emotional
Agreed.
reaction, which is even
It's an emotional
stranger.
response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try out a single die. See how this works. See how bad we can make this.
Now I have to roll
the game.
over. Oh my god, I have to roll over if I do my force, right? Because
For
if my
force
Under.
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 under the number, right? Under my number,
Right.
right? So if
Yep.
I have a 3 there,
Oh
I
no!
roll a
You
1.
have to get
Hold
a
up.
1 or a 2.
I got a 1, bro. I got a
Yes.
1.
Yeah!
I don't know how that happened. but I
That's
was
what
like,
I'm
wait a
talking
minute,
about.
This works.
Okay.
So-
yeah.
Your mental
I
acumen
imagine-
made it happen.
I imagine that all of this is happening, and it's like it feels like if you were to look at you, he looks like he's standing still in the midst of all of this chaos for a moment, and then you hear, after wound after wound after almost child attack, you hear this blood curdling like scream come from a human that is not supposed to feel those level of emotions anymore in his life. And he immediately is going to take those like the daggers in his fingers and just I would like to, Jeremy, on the Harkonnen suits, is there some sort of apparator or breathing apparatus or something that is keeping them from like I guess I'm trying to think of how can I make them suffocate. That's what I
Okay.
like to do.
Yeah,
If there is a way to have them suffocate in said suit, I want to do said thing.
right. So not so much suffocate because the
Yeah.
air around you is breathable.
Sure.
But they are wearing like their equivalent of still suits, if you will. And more so than anything else, it's to cut down on their exposure to spice,
Right.
which is just kind of prevalent in the ambient air all around you.
Mhm.
So what I would give you is not necessarily suffocation, but maybe like an extreme sudden exposure to airborne spice.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's what I'm going for.
Okay.
So I would imagine it's the warrior that is in front of Tanya. I think it's because of the child. Like the child is
Sure.
the thing that triggers him, and
Mhm.
the blade.
Oh.
Yeah,
If I may,
yeah.
I think maybe for a brief moment, you sees one of the children like turn, maybe even the child that was almost slain, and for the briefest of seconds, you sees that child as Paul.
Oh
Ooh.
yeah.
And
I think
understanding
that is what hurts.
right what might have actually befallen your young heir apparent. Kind of might even like turn that screw, and maybe that's why like his mentat training fails in this moment and he rushes forward. Okay, so you got a success. It will have a cost, but
Can I spend my experience points
You
to
can.
bump that up to 3 successes?
yes, absolutely.
Excellent. I will do that now because that seems so apropos to make that happen.
Okay, so he was an unwounded Sardaukar, so he'll have to roll 3 times. His
Damn
first roll is a
straight.
1.
Hell yeah. Take it.
So now it's a D4. Roll 2 more
Mhm.
times. Okay, he rolled a 2. So, you.
Yeah.
How do you kill this Harkonnen?
Not subtly, not carefully, brutally. Everything that a mentat is not in this moment. It is a flash of what experience I think no one ever wants to have happen. You watch as this old man somehow gets a blade up underneath the helmet, slides it across the backside, cuts whatever apparator that keeps them from breathing in spice, and pops this helmet off like a can opener just to watch the whites of the of this Harkonnen's eyes, like just taking in the spice, and then we'll smash down against smash this face down against the ground, against the stone of the palace. And in that moment, it's like as soon as the justice has been served, the anger and rage quickly dissipates back to him having to maintain control. You watch his breathing go from heightened, pitched to
Oh, yeah.
Don't you ever touch an Atreides child again, you Harkonnen bitch.
The rest of you may or may not hear that in the pitch of battle in this, very echoey, like small breezeway. But I think that Tanya, at the very least, that you're close enough to hear him call this Fremen child an Atreides, which would definitely stick out as a little strange for someone as observant as a Mentat.
I was gonna say, I very much believe that it's just as this is how I imagine this scene going, is it's just as, Tanya has pushed this Harkonnen out of the way, that you comes up and is just helmet off, knife in, And she's looking up at him and she's just like, whoa. Um, thank you. And I mean, she goes back to like trying to keep the children calm and being like, this is our friend. I know he looks a little scary. This is our friend. This is you.
Yeah. There you go. Now he does the Willem Dafoe smile while the eyes are. Yeah, that's helpful.
Don't worry.
Those children will sleep.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
He's got to have like a 7 in charm, like just the worst charm stat.
I mean, the good news is the children won't be traumatized by the battle anymore after that smile.
Ironically, I chose charm higher than intimidation, but then I realized, no, this face screams intimidation. What have I done?
What have
Charmingly intimidating.
Oh man.
It can happen. Seen
Ted
Sure.
Bundy.
Yeah.
Ted Bundy.
Oh wow. Ooh, man, that was great example. Holy shit. Okay. Has anybody still not acted this round? Or is it everybody?
I
Okay.
think I did.
Sardaukar is going to try again. See if he can manage to help out at all. He's got a 4 and a 5. Which he has a 5. Okay, so that is 1 success. He's going to roll against Harkonnen. Currently engaged with any of them. I think he's going to run over to the one who is kind of on the ground rolling around with Brooks. And he's going to try to stab him. Oh, okay. So as Brooks has the majority of this Harkonnen's attention, and he's drawn this dagger, it is about to kind of like plunge it into Brooks's ribs. This Sardaukar kind of lunges forward and drives the tip of his sword into the side of this Harkonnen's thigh, on the other side of where he's kind of drawn this small blade. Kind of just slowly leans forward, and we watch like the Holtzman shield kind of like shimmer from blue to purple and then to red as this blade then actually draws blood. So he is injured, but he is still alive. Okay, it is now the Harkonnens' turns. I believe there are 4 of them remaining. I think 2 have died thus far. Of the 4, 2 of them are wounded. So, we have the one who is on the ground with Brooks, and we know that he has an extra die this turn, or an extra threat, rather, this turn, because of the hidden blade that he's drawn. So, Brooks, please roll your health die 3 times.
Okay. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay,
Hey,
3,
Jeremy.
Okay, yes.
6.
Can I spend
3.
one of my experience points to stop that?
Okay, yeah. So it wouldn't stop it. You would roll your health die instead. But for that to work, what I would like is for you to describe how it is that you're intervening and how that's costing you.
I think that Rav is literally going to step over that direction wherever the knife is coming from and just throw just kind of kick towards that arm.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe not even paying attention to where the blade is at.
Okay,
Just
I see. Sure.
Realizing that Brooks is maybe our most capable hand-to-hand fighter and trying to stop this blade from sinking in.
Excellent. I love it. Okay, so you will roll your health die 3 times then.
The 10.
Okay.
The 5.
Okay.
And a 9.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice.
So you manage to, kick this guy's forearm, and it causes the blade to kind of like clatter harmlessly, kind of against the stone floor, and he's not able to swing it back in time to try to stab at Brooks like he was intending, and it doesn't come anywhere near your leg as you make this kick. Okay. The one that was close with Tanya is dead. There is the one that Sahira, you are still tangling with. I believe
Yes.
he is one of the wounded ones?
Yes.
Question mark? Okay.
That's where I got it partly in his ribs, but I didn't get it deeply.
That's right. Yep. Absolutely. Oh.
And we're dirty dancing.
Oh, he is a right bastard. He reaches down and grabs a hold of your crysknife and pulls it out of himself and is going to try to stab you with it.
No thanks.
So I need you to roll your health die twice, please.
Health die. I don't want to call it a die right now. I'm going to call it a friend.
Sure,
My
yeah.
Ten-sided
Friend,
friend.
an ally, a protector.
4.
A giver. A 4, okay, that's good.
I roll again?
Yep, one more time.
Okay. Come on, friend. Friend gave me a 10.
Okay, so a friend indeed. He has a hold of your crysknife and he's trying his best to kind of stab you with it, but it is abundantly clear that he has no clue what he's doing holding the hilt of this weapon.
Nice.
His attacks are clumsy and brutish and just not capitalizing on the design and the intent of this blade at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I react to him, or is that next round?
Not yet. Nope. Yeah. On your turn, you'll be able to. Okay. So that takes care of 2 of the Harkonnen. Who do we still have left? One of them had come after Yue, I believe. Although Yue moved away and attacked a different.
One of them was closed with me until I moved as well to
kick in. Okay. So I think that's where we're at. Let's have both of them are going to attempt basically to attack you as you turn your attention elsewhere in the battle. Harkonnen soldiers have absolutely no problem stabbing you in the back. And they absolutely are going to try to do so. So both of you, please, roll your health die. Were both of you at a D8? No, I don't think you were yet, Rev. You were still at a D10, right?
Yes, I'm still at 10.
Okay, but I think you were at a D8. Is that correct, Chad? Your health die?
I believe I did go down 1, yes.
Okay. So you'll need to roll your health die twice. You'll start with a D8. Again, if you get a 1 or a 2, then the next roll would be at a D6. And then, yeah, Rav, it sounds like you're still rolling a D10 for the time being.
Am I just rolling once?
Twice.
Okay.
I got a 6 on the first one, and then
Okay,
1
that's
on the second.
Okay.
So now I'm down to a D6, but you know what? That's okay.
Yep.
I got a 6 and a 5.
Okay, Rav, you're still fine. You're starting to feel the fatigue of the battle kind of taking its toll, but like this is not the longest battle that you've been in. So you're kind of starting to pace yourself. Remember your breathing, that kind of stuff. But you're fine. The Harkonnen who tried to slash at your back, he attacked thinking that you had basically forgotten about him, but you knew where he was the entire time and were able to kind of anticipate what he was going to do. And then you have turned your back, full intention, full focus on trying to save these children. You succeeded in your goal. However, your lack of combat training has left your back squarely open, and you realize it only a moment too late, as this Harkonnen kind kind of drives his sword into the lower part of your back. Probably a good 2 to 3 inches.
Oof.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
hurting, but I think that also now draws his fervor. So if I'm still standing, like I'm coming for him.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of the round. So round 3, we need to roll d8s again. And whoever gets equal to or lower than me, go
4.
first. Okay,
7.
7. Okay.
I
3,
also got a 7.
7, 3.
I also got a 3.
Oh,
Wow. Okay. This round, I rolled a 1. So that means all the Harkonnen are going to get to go first.
wow.
Then the Sardaukar will get to go because he's on the NPCs. He's on with the rest of the NPCs, but he's on whichever side has the most PCs on it. So he's going to react after, and then all of you will get to go. So we're going to rinse and repeat the same that we just had. We'll go in reverse order this time. So you and Rav, please roll your health die twice more. This could be very bad, potentially.
Three and a 6.
3 and a 6. Okay.
Also 3 and a 6. So
Wow.
we're good there.
Yeah, y'all are fine. Okay. Then Brooks, you need to roll, but just twice this time.
Take it. 4 and a 5. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you're fine. And then where's the fourth one? Oh, with Sahira. Sahira, you need to roll your health die twice more, please.
Okie dokie.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll.
I got a
for-
10
Okay.
and an 8.
Okay. You were also fine.
Yay. Does that mean I can fight him now?
Almost. The
I'm ready.
the Sardaukar, I can tell. That's good. Bloodthirsty. The Sardaukar attempts to fight the same one who is now injured. The one that you're with, Brooks, is injured? No. No. He's still at a D6.
The one that I was fighting, that I left, was injured.
Ah, okay, that's the one. Okay, well,
Actually,
the
I
one...
think the one that Brooks was with was injured too, because the Sardaukar.
Oh, that's
attacked
right.
him,
He stabbed him in the
Yeah.
thigh. Sure enough. Okay, so he needs to roll. Okay. So the blade arm, the hand of his that was holding the small blade, was kicked successfully by Rav. However, he has kind of like wrestled control of it again, and he is going to attempt, look like to drive it back into Brooks if he gets the chance. However, Brooks, at one point, maybe you kind of like get a little bit of like a repositioning or something, and you're able to kind of increase the leverage you have on this blade. So he has to kind of turn his attention for ever so slightly of a moment to you. The Sardaukar makes like a sudden burst of energy and kind of like almost spins around, going from beside this Harkonnen's knees to right by his shoulders, and he brings his blade down and decapitates this Harkonnen that you're wrestling with.
A welcome end to the struggle. Wow.
All right. So that is now 3 Harkonnen down. So their numbers have been halved. 2 of the remaining ones are injured. So we are now back to y'all's turn as far as round 3, and in whatever order that you wish.
And I go first.
I don't know. Yeah, that's
I
fine.
really, really wanna. Okay. And Ian, it means flower. My name means desert flower. Um, so
Oh,
I
okay,
couldn't
perfect.
respond
Yeah.
to him in the text. I'm like,
Yeah, no
oh,
worries.
it's my kid. Okay, so he has my ankle and my calf under his arm. He's
Mm-hmm.
pulling the crysknife out. And what I want to do is grab the crysknife and his hand and pull it back, wrap one of my legs around his shoulder, put my hands behind his neck, including the knife, and pull my weight backwards to flip him over. And then when I land on him, because I will be flipping too, then I'm going to plunge the knife right into his chest.
All right. Oh yeah, that certainly sounds graceful.
We'll see if I roll it gracefully. And I'm rolling one die. That's a 10.
Let's see. Engineer, Fremen. Um, again, this sounds like a very Fremen way of fighting. You know, I almost see them having like almost like a tiny bit of like jujitsu or something kind of similar to that. You know, like
Like
using
learning to use our bodies as a
Right.
weapon as well.
Exactly. Right. It's your and using your enemy's strength against them, you know, even in their body weight. So yeah, I think 2 dice in this situation.
Okay, so I have a 4. So I'm rolling 4 or I'm rolling over 4.
Let's see, you are
Come
rolling
back here.
for grace, so you are looking for over 4.
So 5 and up.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Better help me out here. Let's see. Ooh. Both of them are 8s. Thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So
May
that
I
is 2
continue
successes.
since I rolled the 8?
No. Good idea. Good idea.
There's
But,
just something I want to
sadly, no.
say to him.
Oh, yeah. Talking is a free action. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. And I would say, I am spilling your blood. That's worthless. And I'm going to drag your ass over to the tree to put the fire out. Because that'll be my next turn. Because those trees really matter.
Oh yeah. Okay. I believe, was the uninjured one.
He was very mildly injured because
Very
the
much. He
knife
was
didn't
just
go
kind
in
of
very
like, yeah,
far.
pissy. Okay. So. Okay. Rolled, and then. Okay. So he is not dead, but is now injured.
Okay, good.
So, you managed to pull off this kind of, you know, martial arts maneuver, you know, throwing him basically down to the ground, with you atop of him. And you managed to kind of like drive this knife down, but instead of getting it through his chest where you had kind of aimed for his heart, he's kind of like moved the blade to the side, and it basically pierced straight through where like the curve of his shoulder meets his pectoral muscle, kind of in that valley right there, right at the side of the kind of the edge of his armor. And he is definitely giving you more lip.
Harkonnens don't have a heart, so I couldn't have been aiming for it.
Well played. Okay, that's just the first of our PCs. Who wants to go next?
Right. So at this point, all 3 remaining Harkonnens are injured, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Could you remind me? So one of them is kind of engaged with Sahira. Where are the other 2? What situation surrounds them right now?
Both of them are standing kind of behind Rav and you. So one of them is behind Rav, one of them is behind you. But they're both kind of in a similar positioning. They're taking advantage of like a back being turned to them, essentially.
I think what I would like to do is I would like to, because these guys, These are tough Harkonnens. I think any advantage counts, and I would like to kind of, as the Harkonnen above me has lost his head, um, kind of push its his body off of me and roll over to climb up. And
Mhm.
before fully standing, kind of, I basically want to spin around and try and kick out the legs from one of the Harkonnen and knock them to the ground,
Okay.
to give other attackers a better time taking them down.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this sounds like maybe a force roll. Again, you kind of just using brute strength to kind of knock their legs out from underneath of them. I
Yeah.
could see an argument for subtlety because you're, maybe trying to do this without them noticing.
I think it's
Um,
very much a like there's grunts and there's "Hurrah!" with the kicks, and Brooks is not a
okay,
very subtle person.
sure.
I think force is definitely the way to go. He
Okay,
doesn't so much try and gracefully swipe and trip them as he tries to kick their shin and remove the ground from underneath it, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay.
so yeah, let's do a force
Let's
roll.
see. Let's do force. Single die, and then um, I think this is only going to be 2 dice. You literally just came like really really close to dying.
Yeah,
And
I'm still reeling from a nut shot. That's gonna
yeah,
leave a mark.
yeah, exactly. And you are you're not used to engaging necessarily in like trying to sweep people's legs out. Um, you know,
Yeah,
you're used to fighting on your feet. So I think that I think this is a 2 dice situation.
let's do it. My force is a 6.
do it.
I'm shooting for a 5 or below. Or actually, no. If you roll a 6, if I had a 6 and I roll a 6, is that a success too?
It is not. It does not count
Okay.
as a success, but it does count as you rolling your number, and you get an XP point for that.
Right. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
We got a 1 and a 3.
Okay,
Woo!
that
I
is
like
2
those numbers.
successes. All right, let's see. So you are similarly to what you was doing earlier, as opposed to trying to necessarily take them out of the fight. You're trying to open an opportunity for other people. So you can gift those 2 successes to other people if you'd like.
Ooh. You said they were on you and who?
Rav.
I'm going to give you and Rav each a success.
Well, there you go. Okay. So yeah, like maybe you like swing over, kick like the interior knee of one of the
Oh.
Harkonnen, which causes his leg to kind of like pivot outwards violently. And as he does so, his blade kind of swings wide and actually like slams into like the back of the helmet of the other Harkonnen that's fighting the other one, just giving Rav and you like a moment to capitalize on.
Just like bowling pins, right, you?
You see that in the wake of agony, as he gets like lurched in the back, you make this joke, and in a moment where it's not time to be joking, you just see like this wry grin come across this man's face. And as you knock them over and into position, I imagine that this will follow up with what I'd like to roll. So
Yeah.
this will work out. I imagine that I would like to use control, and I'll explain why. Because as you knock over this soldier, I would like to see if I could use control to actually like catch this falling soldier's head with my foot,
Mm.
and then and then lift it back up, lift it back up, and then give a roundhouse kick to the basically to the skull as I try to just sheer kick it as hard as I can.
As hard as you can. That sounds like force.
That sounds like force. I was just trying to use control because I'm trying to catch something and then move it in a direction that I want. But I can use either.
Okay,
right?
I see.
I'm just trying to time
not
it.
necessarily
so that
control over self, but control over the battlefield. Control over
kinetic motion, right? Like knowing the battlefield and then kinetic motion. Pick head, kick head hits wall, person dies. Like brain is like
discombobulate.
Yeah,
boot to the head.
Discombobulate, decapitate. All things are good. It's okay.
This Harkonnen's name is Ed Gruberman.
Ed Gruberman. Okay. So, how many die do I get to roll?
This is again more kind of in the typical utility belt, if you will, of a mentat. I think, looking at the situation, deciding what is likely going to be the outcome before it actually transpires. So I think that this is probably at least 2 dice. Also, you're gaining the upper hand here. The advice that you gave earlier turned a tide early in the battle. So I think that you're fine with actually rolling 3 dice in this situation.
3 dice. Okay, cool. What do I have to? Ooh, okay. Aha. All right. Based on my control being at 5, I have to roll when it's at 5. I have to roll under 5, right?
For your control, yes,
sure
you want under.
Right. For control, I have to roll over 5 or under?
No, under. 5? Under. So if you have a 5, you said, in speed versus control?
I have a 5 in speed versus control.
Right. So you want to roll a 4 or less.
4 or less. Okay. Well, I got 2 successes, and I was gifted a success by
Truth.
By Brooks. So that gets me 3 successes and one fail, or 1 on the money. So like 1.
So that's your number
5.
then. Okay. So you want to record that as a point of XP that you get.
Ooh.
Okay.
XP
perfect.
acquired
For later. XP acquired, and I got 3 successes. Awesome.
All right. So that is a critical success. Go ahead, Zach. What you're saying?
Oh, I was just saying it was an amazing turn.
I'll take the success I got from
right.
Brooks and the 2 successes from me.
Okay. Yeah, so that is a critical success. So this is against a wounded. Oh, okay. You know what? You got a critical success. So okay. All right. So you had a critical success against a wounded foe. So he was going to have to roll his health die 3 times. It started as a D4 because that's where they are whenever they're wounded. So his initial roll failed. So
awesome.
Because it's a critical and because you blew through it on the first attempt, I went ahead and rolled the health die for the second Harkonnen who was wounded, that we already established was within the same 5 feet of each other essentially.
Yeah.
And he also failed his D4 roll. So
like
please describe to me how your Mentat martial arts has just killed 2 of these Harkonnen soldiers.
So I imagine he again, you don't even see, he's turned to face you, but Brooks, so he looks down at you. You make this joke as you've split these men this way, he catches the head of the falling Harkonnen toward him, the one who stabbed him in the back, catches the head, and then is like, with just a flick of the heel, sends the one guy like hurtling into the other, and somehow the way that they fall across the stone, you just hear a simultaneous snap as both heads hit the stone and just snap together. Like, it just all, the way they fall, everything works out perfectly, where they tumble over each other and crack, done. And he just looks at you and holds out a hand to like help lift you up.
I imagine even there might be like the chosen camera angle.
A sweat.
Right, yeah, the chosen camera angle that we see this from, like they actually fall in such a way that they almost form like a geometric pattern.
Oh,
like the Mentat like planned this like down to like that degree.
Yeah, the geometric shapes of the bodies toppling. Yeah,
like everybody else is fighting, he's playing billiards. He's like literally playing a game with like angles and like banking things off of each other. Yeah, exactly.
So if I take your knee and bang it into his head, and then this happens, both of you are dead. It's fine.
It's the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes, moment where he's like, punch to the kidneys. Okay, fantastic turn, Chad. Actually, take a point of XP. That was a great turn.
Okay,
monumental.
Well, wonderful. Thank you.
There's one Harkonnen remaining. Has anybody not acted this round yet? Okay. Ooh, 2 people. All right. What you gonna do?
Finish her.
Where's that last one at?
Under
I believe
me.
It was, the one that is still tangling with Saheera.
I can wait.
No, you can
Let's
go.
see what happens.
I'm over by you if you want to go. But if we want to wait and do another round, I'm cool with that too.
If there's only one left, and you don't want it, then
you can do it.
Rob
I appreciate you.
Rob will make his way over. Again, I think he's going to try to take advantage of the tussle that's happening over there, and either slip up behind this other Harkonnen, or if they're kind of rolling around on the ground, whatever it is, he's just going to wait for his opportune time, and without being seen, except for maybe by Saheera, just try to plunge one of these daggers, maybe both daggers, just to be sure.
Okay. Yep. All right. So you said try not to be seen. That definitely sounds like a keyword for subtlety. Snipers, I definitely think are gifted at stealthy, trying to remain hidden. So I think this, and you're talking about capitalizing on the fact that he's distracted and already kind of like rolling around, trying to defend himself against Saheera's violent attacks. So I think 3 dice makes sense in this situation.
I also had a success given to me, right?
That's correct.
Yes, you sure did.
All right. I got 2 successes on my die. So that's 3 successes, and then I got an XP point as well.
All right, another
Amazing.
similar outcome. Okay.
Are you also gonna jujitsu 2 of them to death at the same time into a square?
It would be impressive since there's only one
left,
standing.
so I was
He's
gonna
not
say,
jujitsuing me. I hope not.
I don't know if my daggers are strong enough to make 2 Harkonnens out of 1, but we could try.
Maybe you can make 1 into 2.
I think that what Rav does is he waits until he waits until there's a moment where this Harkonnen kind of rises up, and he this Harkonnen's head and shoulders and helmet is right about the area of Rav's midsection, and he flips these two daggers around to where they're facing down, and he just takes them and drives them where the helmet would meet the neck plate, and just drives them through that little gap that would be there. It just pushes until he feels the shield break and them go into flesh.
Nice.
Oh yeah, dude. The moment that you started like your description, the bagpipes part of like the Atreides theme started on the song that I was listening to.
Uh-huh.
Wow, beautiful.
Oh, I should have played the music.
Beautiful. Okay. The Harkonnen squad is no more. They are slain. The children are frightened, but less so now that the immediate threat seems to have been dealt with, and there are people here who seem like they know what they're doing. People who are capable of defending themselves and defending the children as well. It is very apparent that this Sardaukar is not likely going to leave this palace. His wounds are simply too grievous. But when the last Harkonnen finally falls, he turns to the group of you and kind of nods, and he says, "Thank you. I couldn't. I simply couldn't." He kind of looks to the children for a moment before looking away, and there's not just exhaustion that's kind of like weighing him down. It's kind of causing his shoulders to slump. There's also shame in his posture, draped about his shoulders.
I think that Brooks will kind of take a knee in front of him and put his hand on his shoulder. And he'll kind of get kind of close and just kind of tell him, "You did the right thing. You did what you could do. You earned it." Just kind of give him a look of like this kind of warrior's glance, recognizing the honorable act.
He has a hard time kind of meeting your gaze eye to eye. But he nods and he says, "Perhaps it can help balance the scales against the wrongs that I did. I'm sorry, Atreides."
What's your name?
"I am Faikiyar Togodu, Sergeant. May I have your name?"
Brooks. Brooks Landover.
He nods. "You should go. Get these children out of here. The palace won't be safe. I'm surprised that you've survived this far."
Me too.
My squad, before they were overtaken, were sent to destroy a hidden Fremen tunnel nearby. You might be able to use it to get out of the palace.
We'll look for it. Just know, you've done what you could. In my eyes, the scales are balanced.
Tanea, where you are near the children, and you as well, because you're also near the children whenever this battle finishes, possibly even Sahira, just because of what it is and who it is that's saying it. But when this wounded Sardaukar mentions the hidden Fremen tunnel, the group of children kind of whisper amongst themselves, and you can make out them saying, "Bless the Maker and his water, bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world. May he keep the world for his people." It's almost like the words are so ingrained that it's obvious that it's something that they've heard their entire lives, but now it carries more weight with them. They seem to understand the words more. So now that the Sardaukar, the wounded Sardaukar, turns and hobbles deeper into the palace. What are the group of you doing? You plus you.
I think Brooks turns to you and says, "You know where this tunnel is?"
I imagine as we're picking each other up, and he like does like a panorama around the palace, basically looking at like the concerted carnage and stuff, and I think you see this moment of Rolodex happen in his eyes, and then if allowed, I think he would know exactly, because he's been here for basically, he was here for House Fenrig, he was here for House Atreides. Like,
that's right.
He's been here for this, but for both houses. So like, he knows these tunnels. I'm sure of it.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Let's see if he does.
I would like, I think, maybe a knowledge roll.
Perfect. Okay.
You, what do you think about that?
That sounds just up my alley.
Okay. Definitely a Mentat strong suit. So
strong suit.
2 dice.
Yep.
And you are prepared. Okay, yes. I'm not going to say why exactly yet, but yes, you are also prepared in this situation, so you would have 3 dice. And I'll explain why in just a moment.
Interesting.
Okay. So I got 2 successes, and I got my number exactly.
Okay, so you earn another XP point. 2 successes.
Yeah, so, and then how many XP points can you rack up?
How many can you fit on your sheet?
No, I'm just asking, is there a limit?
No.
Okay, good. So I know some certain situations there's a limit to things and it caps, but this, no. Okay.
Not this, no. So don't sit on them too long. Use them.
I won't. I want everybody to use
Otherwise, you'll end the game, defeat the big bad guy, and have 99 health potions and not know why.
I do that all the time. It's the worst thing.
So do I.
Oh my gosh. Why do I have 18 rockets and I already beat the game? What do I do with these?
I could have used these. Yeah. So, the reason that you also qualified for a 3rd die in this situation was because you had the children with you, who are all Fremen children, who at least visit and or work in around the palace. Together with your knowledge of having been here so long and the children kind of guiding you, I would like for each one of you to kind of like touch on your character's reaction or kind of what's going on or what have you in the scene where we finally realize where the hidden entrance to this tunnel is, because you see a carving in the floor that you have walked across many times before, but now you realize is not merely a beautiful geometric depiction, which probably was what your Mentat mind usually would latch onto. But this is instead a semi-abstract representation of Shai Hulud. So please, the ball is in y'all's court.
So the children are walking in with you now, or towards the tunnel?
I imagine, yeah. I would begin to lead and take as many with me.
I think I want to go last.
Okay.
I think Brooks makes a comment like, so what, is this some kind of sandworm tunnel?
Sandworm tunnel? Would I know that, Jeremy? Would I know that, like,
no,
Arakeen
is built on bedrock. Like, there is a lot of sand, in the ground here, but it's built on solid rock, which means the worms cannot trespass
would never
here.
touch it, right? Yeah. No, not sandworms. This would have been a tunnel out into the dunes. This would take you to the worms, but not made by them. And he'll kind of like scuttle off, leading the children. Very like his posture and demeanor is like very militaristic, obviously like almost like robotic in a way. But he also has this like fervor on his face that I think comes from the like collective energy of just being out of a fight. So yeah, I think he's currently like, he looks to Brooks. You fought well when you needed to. I'm proud of you.
I'm a little proud of you too. I didn't know you had it in you.
Well, it's been as long as you have in this palace. You learn how to fight a thing or two. I'm not just a brain up here.
Here, I thought you were all mind.
Withering body, sharp as a tack.
Came in handy.
I think that the minute that Rav sees this carving and potentially realizes that it is some type of representation of any sandworm period, he pauses for a minute, and this is not the first time he's been out in the dunes, and he's going over steps of the sandwalk in his head, and he audibly asks everyone if they know how to sandwalk.
I do. It's step, step, slide, step, slide.
Never learned. Haven't had much reason to.
You just have to not walk in a discernible pattern.
Seems simple enough.
It may also be wise for us to find thumpers before we head out.
Carry thumpers on me. I have 2. So we should be able to get away. And I'm pretty sure I've heard of the tunnel from the Shadow Mapes. So I think it's going to lead us right to where we need to go.
You would know that this tunnel will get you out of the palace, into the streets of Arrakeen. So while you're out of the frying pan, so to speak, you may have been going directly into the fire, but escaping into the deep desert from Arrakeen is going to be much simpler than from the palace.
I think then for Rav's part, he nods to Sahira after hearing all of this, and he just leaves off with one other comment. We should keep our eyes open for any supplies that we might need on our way out.
I think with all of this being said, Tania, she looks around and she looks at Rob and she goes, I can scout ahead. Need be.
I think Rav shoots a questioning glance to Brooks and you at that point. Just kind of wondering if that's a good idea, at least for the tunnel part. It may be needed later on in the city, but I think he looks to Rav and you before answering.
Looks to Rav. That would be interesting.
It's the spice.
The spice.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's kind of an inward look.
An inward
gaze.
look.
Yeah, you, Brooks. How do you feel about the prospect of heading out into the city of Arrakeen, possibly the deep desert beyond?
I think Brooks thought in the first moments of the assault outside and on the streets before he came into the palace. So he knows what firestorm awaits us. And basically, I think he'll say, it's not going to be any better out there. So we got to stay on our guard, stay quiet. I think scouting ahead is good if you're good at it. Don't be seen, or they'll swarm you.
I think Rav smiles at this and looks to Tania and says, we won't be seen. And I think that at whatever point she starts to go through the tunnel and kind of split from the rest of the group to scout ahead, I think Rav goes as well. I think they're probably falling into some type of formation that they've done before in these spice smuggling missions. Maybe they know the distance that each other is and they kind of have eyes on each other the whole time, but they're far enough apart to not be seen together and not be noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is probably not the first time. It may be the first time that you're in this tunnel in particular, but it's probably not the first time you've been in a tunnel like this. And while you may not be smuggling spice, you're essentially smuggling people. And, it's not that different of a game, so to speak. So yeah, absolutely. You got anything to throw on this heap here?
I think that you has been like listening to all of you, but at the same time, it feels like he's not, because he's trying to like predict and calculate like the next steps that they will need for survival as they're heading out. So like as Rav has asked for us to collect supplies on our way out, maybe as we're heading down certain corridors or moving toward the tunnel in you watch him like just quickly open a door, like start grabbing supplies from different spaces within the palace as we're heading in the direction of going toward the tunnels. Like he's making these calculations while also taking in all the other conversations. And I think at some point he puts his 2 cents in about is it worthy to be stealthy right now or to not? And he would look to both of the scouts.
Getting an assessment of your battlefield before you go into it is always the best plan. So, do what you're good at. I trust you to do so.
And you can see he's also grabbing and doing things while also making these motions. And then he's like looking back at the kids as well, and then looking to Brooks. And I think there's just like a moment where they lock eyes, like we have to protect that, like we have to protect them. And he looks back to Shari and like we have to protect. So like there's now this triangle that has now been formed, I think, with you at the backside, and then like Brooks and Shari at the front. There's this triangle of space now between the children, but he is currently trying to lead them to the tunnels while actively computing all of these things at once.
Awesome.
I think the children would look at me and see that I'm a Fremen, and hopefully give them a bit of ease and tell them, go, you need to follow them because there's an Imperial ship coming with more. Plus, I want to do something I don't want you guys to see. So hurry and follow them. So as soon as the kids go into the tunnel, what I want to do is pop that guy's armor off, unplug his heart plug, and push him over towards the palm tree like I promised him. So his blood can extinguish the flame.
Perfect. Hell yeah.
I like it.
Okay. So, yeah, I think Tanya and Rav, as you're kind of making your way through this tunnel, both of you are kind of thinking similar things, even if you're not necessarily discussing it between each other. But you both know that, again, you know, we made the analogy of smuggling spice and smuggling people, that there is a smuggler prince in Arrakeen that both of you know by reputation, who specializes in getting things and people in and out of Arrakeen unnoticed in particular. And his name is Barak Hanat Karama. His name roughly translates to Miracle Worker of the Open Canal. So I think that both of you in some fashion or form would have Barak Hanat Karama's kind of in mind. Bara, I'll put it in our chat here. Kanat.
Good, because I was gonna try to write it down when you started giving the name, and I was like, nope, that's not happening.
Yeah, I wrote it down, but it's probably mutilated.
I didn't get a
Listen.
single syllable of that Sardaukar. I'll be totally honest.
Nope.
His name is gone.
I got the last name.
That's good. We like that.
I was gonna wait and ask. I was gonna be like, I need spelling.
Yep. Barak Hanat Karama. Yeah. He is.
Let's go find his office door and knock on it.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. Yep. But I think that that's probably where we are going to end things. It's definitely not quite as far as I was thinking we were going to make it in the first of the 2 sessions. Congratulations, Nathan.
Spice.
The spice. It's gonna make it into at least 3. We're gonna be a 3-fer.
It's part 1, part 2, and Messiah. I think we.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Like.
Well, Okay, yeah. So we're going to see our group kind of making their way through the tunnel, and as we kind of like pan out and like through the rock and like the walls, we can actually see like the city of Errakeen itself, kind of like from the air, kind of like spreading out, still between us and the desert beyond. But unlike the picture that we have here, we see columns of smoke and uncontrolled fires just ablaze all across the city. Very obviously, this Harkonnen assault was not focused purely on the palace itself. The city of Errakeen is destroyed. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna end things there. This was a blast, y'all. I had such a good time with this.
Yes.
Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Dune, and I was really excited to find an opportunity to run Coin and Courage for the very first time. This is the very first time that I've run this version of the Expedition engine since I created it. So I was really happy to kind of finally find a pairing to put it with. And I know that Dune was a stretch for a fantasy built game system, but I'm very happy with the choice. I think it worked well.
Me too.
So yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you very, very much. I'm looking forward to playing again next week. But before we sign off for the night, I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they would like to. And then, yeah, we're going to call it an evening. So we'll start in reverse order with Sarah.
Oh no, I don't like going first. Thank you very much for having me. This group of people is absolutely amazing. I absolutely love this. Y'all are awesome. If you don't watch the VOD or whatever, Mini Terrain Domain every other Tuesday for Sky Metal Iron Gods. Sundays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Hijinks for All. Thank you very much for having me, Jeremy. This was my first time doing this and doing this system, and honestly, this is amazing. I may have to try this with my D&D club this year. I think they would really like it.
Hell yeah. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, super happy to have you on, as always, Sarah. But yeah, I appreciate that. The Expedition engine was kind of started off as a twist on another game system called Lasers and Feelings that was just a little too simplified for my tastes. So I kind of threw a little bit of complexity back into it, and yeah, I've been very, very happy with it. I've run a lot of different versions of it. I have a lot of versions that are based on like existing IPs that I obviously cannot sell, Ghostbusters and Masters of the Universe and stuff like that. Matrix
Hold
is a really
on.
fun one.
You have a Masters of the Universe focused system?
Yes.
Jeremy, when can we play that? Tomorrow, right?
We'll talk.
Tomorrow? Let's play tomorrow. That's awesome.
But I do sell several versions of it. There's a pirate version, there's a zombie apocalypse version, there's a Acid Rain is a prison island, like Escape from New York meets Hunger Games kind of setting.
Nice.
There's
Acid Rain is so good.
There's Monster Jungle, which is kind of like a Kong, Jurassic Park, things like that. So yeah,
is a version. Every version is a great version. So
well, thank
wonderful.
you. I appreciate that. The ones that are not based on existing IPs are available for sale on my drive-through store, drive-through RPG. You can find the link for that in the description below. So yeah, if you want to find Coin and Courage in particular, the link for it is there as well. So yeah, little shill. All right. Speaking of little shill, that's an awful segue. Next up is Zach.
What a great segue. And I am a little shill. You should look at my dad's minis store and Dice Tower store. Go find him, Mini Terrain Domain on everything, and buy his awesome stuff. I don't have a presence myself, but I like to.
Absolutely.
I like to plug my dad's merch when I can.
You're here.
This is been an amazing experience. Dune is phenomenal, and getting to become immersed in that world has been awesome. Um, this system is so fun, by the way, incredible. I like the level of abstraction to it. It's just so simple and fluid. It's really easy to wrap your head around. This was my first game of playing it ever, and it took no time at all to understand it. I love it. This has been an incredible group to play with. This is my first time, I think, playing with Nathan, Sarah, and Michelle. Um, Incredible players. I have played with Chad before. We were once a pair of brothers, the brothers Harmon of Mecha Hack, Thunderdome fame. So it's been great to
I
play
will,
with
I
you.
will, I will hold that in my heart forever. Like that. Yeah,
It's
you are my Thunderdome brother, Mechadome
brothers.
brother.
Reuniting
Yeah,
families.
an incredible time.
All for it.
But yeah, thanks so much, Jeremy, for having me on. This has been awesome.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely the same. I feel the exact same way. Thank you very much for stepping in at the very last minute. To
It
fill
was,
in.
I was like,
so,
when's it? Tonight? Oh boy, let's
Yeah.
do it. I was happy to fill in.
But I'm super
glad I
happy
did.
that you were available and willing. So yeah, thank you
Yeah.
very much for doing that
Yeah.
and for putting together a great character on the fly.
Thanks.
So yeah, this is the first time that I had the chance to run a game for you. Like I said, I've been trying to get you in
Yeah.
a game for a hot minute. So
Yeah,
I'm happy that this is the one where we landed. So
yeah.
this was a blast. So
Agreed.
yeah. All right. Speaking of a blast, next up we have Michelle.
Oh, thank you. Just to PR your games a little bit more, and Zach being the perfect example of how easy it is to pick up one of these games and get it rolling. All it takes is a little desire and imagination, and you're off. And I think I own every single one of your games. And I have run the pirate one for my family, which they adored. It was awesome. That was ranging up to my cranky husband all the way down to my really young nephew. They all had a blast. And this,
Awesome.
I don't know, maybe because it's Dune that I felt so much more at ease because I know the topic, not like I don't know the topic of Santa Claus for my first role play, because obviously I'm familiar with that one. But this has been so heartwarming and fun, and I felt like I really got into the character. And it was so nice to play with people that I've seen and admire. And well, Zach, I may not have seen you play a lot, but I've seen you graduate. Your dad shares lots of pictures in
He
on the
does.
Discord.
He does.
So I recognized you, and this was, oh my God, this is a barrel fun, and I just can't wait for the next episode.
Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah, I was very excited whenever you posted that you were interested in playing this one again, because we had the chance to run the Christmas one shot, which was a blast. It was a lot of fun, and I was really happy that you said yes to this one too. Especially because it's obvious that you have a love for Dune.
I do.
And that's great. I love having somebody at the table who knows as much, if not way more, than me about an IP. Because the things that I don't know, more than likely, they're going to know. They're going to take up the slack that I have.
I would account that to the fact that I'm listening to the book, which goes a little more in depth to a few of the topics.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm really happy to hear again that your family enjoyed Black Hearts and Blue Seas that much.
Yes.
That's one that I've run a couple of times at AdCon actually, and had a blast doing so. While It's Raining Men was playing outside on the street for some reason. It was nice. A very unique experience. Tacoma during Pride was hilarious, because we were literally in a bar upstairs while there was a drag show happening right outside the window of the bar that we were in. So yeah, trying to run like ghost pirate spookiness while It's Raining Men was playing
And
was
confirmed
a highlight of my gaming career. It was hilarity. Yep. Okay. Speaking of hilarity, next up is Chad.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm very thankful for you, Jeremy, as a GM. I love you as a brother, and I've played in pretty much every version, I think, of Expedition, and now I think, and I can 100% endorse it. It is definitely one of the systems that I love playing in, and I just want to say to all of you as players, it is so wonderful to get to play with all these wonderful friends. And I've been so lucky to play with all of you now. Yeah, it warms my heart sometimes when I get to sit at a table and it just feels natural and normal and good because you know all the people, and you know how that's gonna plan out. And this has definitely been super fun. I'm excited to see where this goes because I don't know, especially now. Is it a 2-shot? Is it a 3-shot? Are we making this a mini campaign? Because at this point, you know me and Nathan, man. You know me and Nathan. We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Spice.
Yeah, man. As I always say, and for those people at home, if you have not had a chance to play with Jeremy, here's what I mean by this. There is a little link down there. Start playing, right? Go to start play. Get this guy as your GM. He's fantastic. It's wonderful. The stories he tells are 100% top notch. I can vouch for him every day of the week, but just watch the VOD. You'll know what I mean. That's me. I'm gonna stop rambling. I'm gonna tell you I love you every day of the week, Jeremy. That's the thing, is I'm just gonna keep rambling and telling you I love you.
Thank you, Ken. I love you too, brother.
We went from murder to rainbows.
Mhm.
All colors,
I
all
appreciate that,
spectrums.
man. Always a pleasure to have you on, Chad. Yeah, and it's great to be able to run an IP that I really love, but know that I don't know a ton about. To have a group that I feel comfortable going into a game and just realizing that that's okay and that it's not going to be a problem. That takes a massive weight off of my shoulders as a game master. So yeah. And knowing that y'all will be there to lift things up everywhere you can, to bring your own descriptions and knowledge to the game and heighten it and make it even better. So yeah, an absolute pleasure. Speaking of an absolute pleasure, that last but certainly not least, Nathan.
I'm always so happy to get invited to one of your games, Jeremy. If I was thinking about this today,
that way,
if I had $1 for every time I got to play in one of your games, I would save it, buy a time machine, and go back and play in more games. I enjoy, like, you. I know every time I come into a game that when we get started and you start your intro, I know I'm going to instantly be pulled into whatever universe we're in, whatever setting we're in, and it still surprises me every single time. And I thank you for putting so much work and effort into what you do. It
Yes.
shows, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, this is a labor of love. This is what I like doing. And yeah, the immersion is what I'm looking for. That's what I want. I want to, as a storyteller, that's my goal. I want to immerse you so that I can then move you on an emotional level. So knowing that that is something that I have succeeded at with you at the table makes me very, very happy. So thank you.
Absolutely. And you always have a great cast. I've played with Chad and Sarah before a couple of times. I've seen Zach play before. I've never actually got to play with Zach, but I've seen him play a couple times. And I see Michelle in the chat all the time, whether it be
All
Caldera
the
or whether
time.
I'm just hanging out in the chat. So I mean, I may not have played or seen her play before, but I feel like I know Michelle. So I feel like I always feel like I'm sitting at a table full of people that I already know, whether I've played with
Good.
them or not. And it's
Good.
fantastic. I feel like I can trust everybody at the table, and I
Yeah.
can do things that I normally wouldn't do with other groups, or I can put things on the table that I normally wouldn't do with other groups, and I know that someone's going to take that and turn it into gold, and it's fantastic. And I thank you all. And that's not even going into the fact of the whole expedition engine and how fantastic it is. And I've also Zach did it tonight, and I've been one of those people that got invited into a game the day the game was happening for Expedition Engine, and was able to make a character in 10 minutes, and it was easily done in a way that I didn't feel like I was just throwing something together and trying to figure out as I'm playing the game. It's easy enough to get into, prepare the character, and even learn the system in a matter of minutes, and be able to be comfortable playing an entire session. It's that easy, and I love watching someone have that revelation in the game. And Zach said it before we started. He was like, I just had an epiphany of how this actually works. And I'm pretty sure I've heard everybody that's played Expedition Engine say something similar right before they start playing, or a few minutes into playing it. And it just, to me, that's a testament to how well it is set up and how effective it is.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I agree. Like, it's the initial reaction almost always is, I don't get it. Like, I'm not quite understanding like how this works, you know. But like you said, there is almost always that moment for every player that's interacted with it that goes, okay, now I get it. And then it just, from then on, it's just whatever. Like, yeah, let's go. Which again makes me very happy to hear. Yeah, because it's the hope is that the system just gets the fuck out of the way. Like, there's a lot of conversation that goes into discussing the die pool or the die rolls and like the stat that you're going to use and all that kind of stuff. There is a lot of time that is consumed discussing that, but to me, that is where the narrative gets built, is because it's the discussing the whys and the hows of all of that, and like why this die applies here and why it doesn't here. That kind of helps to paint the story through the course of the game. So yeah, again, to hear that's actually happening because it was intentional, it makes me very, very proud. So thank you. Thank all of you very much for making this game just above and beyond even what I was hoping that it was going to be. Very, very, very ecstatic with this first part, and I cannot wait to tell the second part. I'm not going to say anything about a third part because I don't know if that's happening. I don't know. But we'll just put a pin on that. Spice. But this was a great way to kick off a weekend. So thank you all very much for agreeing to play in this.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. For all of you out there who may have tuned in this evening, whether you're watching live with us or whether you may be tuning in at some point in the future, thank you very, very much for spending some time with us here, watching us be silly and indulge our fantasies. It really does make me just beyond excited and thrilled that there are people that find some kind of entertainment value and joy in watching us have fun. So I can't get enough of that. And it's yeah, I love to know that there are people out there who are enjoying this. So thank you very much. Yeah. Same thing I say on the end of all of my games, and that is that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people. Bless you. And the state of the world is that we need as much fucking kindness as we can get. So don't be an asshole. There's no reason for it.
Yep.
It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone, and it could make all of the difference in their life. You have no idea. You could give freely something that can change someone's outlook. Why would you not? Why would you not?
Amen.
So, go out there, be nice. All right. I'm going to get back down off my soapbox and sign off with, until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.